and gentlemen, hope we enjoyed that nice intro music. You know, since nobody ever fucking likes what I play, I decided I would give you some elevator waiting music, and hopefully that will suffice. So, how's everybody doing? What's up, Parry? What's up, guys? I'm very excited to do our IRL stream. Harassing tourists in Sicily, Parry. It's gonna be very fun. Alright. Folks, how are we doing? It was better than what you had before. Okay. See, like, as I said before, there's like a cool feature you guys can use. It's called like the mute button, and then like you go and you could like put on your own music. So I mean, when I am waiting for the Chud streams to start, I don't want to hear "I'm gay" for the 18,000th fucking time, so I put something else on. Um, so I have some things on the docket today, but what are some things you guys would like to see me cover as well? Because we have oh wait, I didn't even set goal. Dude, I'm out of my league today. All right. So, yeah, I have some things we're going to cover, but I also might as well throw out the chance for you guys to recommend some stuff of your own. All right, I set goal. Okay. Cover my okay. Romeo wants me to do this like deep dive into this like gaming otter person that like raped Boblox or something, and it's like uh the guy can't be. I mean, he just seems like a psycho. Apparently, he's like homeless or something, but I don't even fucking know, man. Can you cover your balls in oil and fling them around? Okay, thank you for that. Truly, it's the supportive messages like that that let me know that the fight is worth it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so apparently there's some drama, okay, that I'm hearing, and I need everyone's opinion on this. And Calaverta, I might have you call in about this. So there's a streamer called Marcus or March Baby. I've been in his chat sometimes when he's covered some stuff pertaining to me. I have no problems with the guy. Um, but there's a person that is frequent in commentary chats by the name of Hater. I think Hater is in my chats sometimes. And Hater is 16 years old. And you could say it's me pulling the ladder up, but I have, 18 plus. In my Discord, apparently, this 16-year-old is in Marcus's server, and one of my head Jannies, QQ, was like calling it out or something, and it caused this like argument with people like Calaverta. I might have that one wrong. Why did you say his? How am I supposed to say his name? Since when are they 16 now? Apparently, are they not 16 anymore? Maybe they're 17 now. I don't fucking know. I think it's a very bad idea to have minors in your Discord, because it's just like setting you up for like if it's like a case where somebody like I show speed or whatever, and you have like top tier paid Jannies, and your community like widely consists of underage people, it's fine if you're keeping everything in check. But for like small time commentary shitters, like I feel like you're just like setting yourself up for some kind of allegation if you're keeping minors around in your fucking server. But California, do you want to call in and talk about this real quick before we get into the main content? Say Cal like everyone else. Okay. All right, California, you're on the air. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, dude?
It's going good, man. So tell me about the argument that happened yesterday. I'm curious.
Oh, it didn't happen. It happened like a week ago, man.
Oh. I guess I'm late to the
Like,
party. Well, what's
yeah,
going? Well, what's
you're a
going
little
on?
late.
What's going on?
Here's what happened. Here's what happened. QQ does his little thing where he's like, you know, he throws out something just out of the blue, out of nowhere. He's like, Marcus, you're harboring minors in your server, man. And it was in Gamma's Discord. You know what happens in Gamma's Discord? Just a lot of stuff happens. It's like a hot spot for when there's no content.
Yeah, a lot of
So
grooming.
if you're ever looking for no, I mean for everything in general.
Okay.
But if you're ever looking for some quick content, I mean Gamma server, that's where it's at.
Or,
But listen, so QQ and Marcus talk about it for a little bit. They argue about it. There's like some misinformation going around. No one can decide what Hater's age is. Hater's 16. Hater's never stated that they're not 16. Hater's always been 16.
Hater has admitted in my chats to being a minor. I don't know how old this
Yes.
person actually is. I know they're a minor.
She is 16 years old.
Okay, got it.
Now, QQ said that Marcus claims that Hater's basically 17. Because Marcus said, well, I mean, she's close enough. Her birthday's in November. I mean, that's not that
What?
close.
He said it like that?
Now, listen, no.
Wait,
Hold
what
on,
did he say?
hold on,
What did he
hold
say?
on,
Huh?
Hold on. Listen, he wasn't trying to claim that she belongs in the server because she's basically 17. All right, that it was completely irrelevant.
Okay.
He just said it. He just said it like it didn't mean it. Because people were questioning like whether she was 17 or not. So in response, Marcus says like, well, yeah, she's close. But it didn't mean anything. But QQ thought it did mean something. QQ basically thought, hey, Marcus, you're claiming this is basically a 17-year-old. Does that mean she's more mature? What are you trying to say, Marcus? It's just back and forth. And me, I see QQ, shitting on my bro. I gotta punch up.
Well, what
Marcus,
do you? Okay, how old are you?
19.
Oh, okay, you're 19. Well, what do you think about the idea of like having minors in Discord servers? Do you think it's a good idea?
Honestly, there's exceptions like CPCA. I think you should let him back in. There's exceptions that can be made. It depends on what you cover. I think Marcus generally covers things that maybe a 16-year-old shouldn't see. But the other criticism I had for people like QQ and people who had concerns was, just take it up in his DMs. Don't go like, if you actually have a problem with it, don't go stating it on Discord servers, being all provocative. You can take it up in the DMs.
Okay, well, just like, that's kind of gay, because like, what community are we in?
Okay, it's gay. Okay.
What community are we in? Like, there's no obligation.
Marcus's chats are like a fucking daycare center. All right, we drop our IQs by 20.
Oh, okay, that's what you meant. That's what you meant. All right, very poor choice of word. Very poor choice of words there. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, that's that. So that happened a week ago. So I don't know who brought this to your attention now. I don't know if it's just been on your mind, but I also said QQ is the worst lawyer ever.
Well, okay. The contention was
Bunny,
as well.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Dust Bunny said Dust Bunny is always lurking. He's always being a little bitch, right? He won't pop up in chat. He lurks, and he took a screenshot of my chat, sent it to QQ. Now QQ, respect to QQ. He confronted me in Icy. He's like, "Why are you talking shit behind my back?" And I'm like, "Listen, man, I just said what I said. It didn't mean anything." But I just have it out for Dust Bunny now. I mean, the guy's a fucking mess.
All right,
dude.
well, somebody apparently has it out for you. Purple Parry, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
How's it going?
Hi, I was just hanging out, I just got back home, I went to the gym and I just got back here and I was sitting here watching your stream, Aiden. So, first of all, I just want to say, Aiden, good job streaming today. Second of all, I just want to say, Kalawara guy, he's being a bit of a loser, I think, and I want to talk about that, but I'm not sure if you're in the middle of an argument with him.
No.
I'll wait.
By all means, tell us how you feel.
Tell me, Perry.
So the way I see it, right? This hater person. It's not just that they are underage. It's that they're going out of their way to say that they're underage.
They
And so
have.
the idea that this person isn't just there, oh, well, you know, it is what it is. We can't help these people. Everybody that's enabling this person, okay? Marcus, I believe Gamma, I believe Mao. They know. They're not only are they okay with minors being in the server, they want minors to say that they're minors in the server. And I think that that's messed up because it's kind of getting at the idea that, like, you know, you want these people to identify themselves. And what's that about, Kalwara, huh? How can you justify that?
How old is CPCA?
I don't know.
Gaming.
He's
We don't
lied.
know, that's the
He's
thing.
lied about every
Oh, you
detail of
don't
his
know?
life. Yeah,
Oh,
nobody
you don't
knows.
know, huh?
There's a difference
You don't
between
know.
not knowing and actively someone saying, going out of their way to say that they're
Okay.
underage, you know?
Okay, that's fair. But like, man, I don't know. I don't really see.
You don't know. Well, I'm telling you, Kalwara, the idea is you're going to have somebody, okay, and they're going to get off on the idea. It's like, it's the same way I feel about Fern, right? Like, Fern's like a known scammer, and they're going out of their way.
That there's minors in the server. Who's getting
one
off
sec,
on it?
guys.
Seemingly you,
Are you?
seemingly you, that's all I'm getting at.
Seemingly me.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Aiden's muted.
Harry,
but,
I'm a
Kalwara-
staunch. I'm a staunch celibate. All right.
Yeah.
A staunch
Uh-huh.
celibate. I'm practically
By choice.
a eunuch. All right. I'm practically a eunuch.
By
I'm
choice.
a devout man of God. All right.
By
When's the last
choice.
time you attended church? Never.
Uh,
Never. Right.
I'm Maltese, man. There's churches here. What do you mean?
In Maltese,
Jeez.
in Malta, you guys are fucking Catholics.
See,
You know what the Catholic
pathetic. You guys
Church
are
does? You know
memeing
what the
out,
Catholic Church
memeing out
does?
of it. You're memeing out of it
You know what
because
the
you know you
Catholic
can't
Church
defend the
does?
idea. That's like,
I
oh,
can't
you know, we
defend the
talk
idea.
about
There's
edgy
nothing to
stuff.
defend.
We talk about edgy
There's
stuff.
nothing to defend.
There is. The idea
I'm
is that, like, you know, that
I'm
there's like
shitting
edgy
on
stuff
the
being
clock.
talked about here.
I'm on
But
the
as long as
toilet.
this hater person's cool, so it's okay.
Good point. Good
That's what you're
point.
defending.
You make a very good point. Yeah, and also there's apparently like somebody like was posting like lolicon memes or something in the server with hater around.
Oh yeah, that. Wait, what?
That's what I'm being told.
I don't. Who's telling you this?
Let me look. QQ said it, and then Marcus posted the actual meme itself. Let me go look at what the meme was.
Oh, let me pull
Yeah,
up
you
your
can post
stream.
it up
I
on
guess
stream.
surely you're gonna bring it up on stream, right?
Yeah. Yes. Hold on. I'm looking for it. But continue your argument while I look for it, so we're not sitting here in dead air.
Oh, it just annoys the color because obviously it's like, you know, there's something to be said about the idea that, you know, Discord is an online thing and it's hard to like actually stop minors from engaging with it. But there's an entire other thing to be said about the
Yeah,
idea that
but
these
that's-
minors are going to go out of their
listen,
way
I
to be
agree
like,
with you.
oh, we are underage. Yeah, you agree
I
with
agree
me.
with you when
Huh?
you say hater makes it out that they are underage. They make it clear.
Okay, this is
But is
apparently
that not
the,
like a
hold
protection
on.
thing?
This is apparently the meme. Now I'm a little outdated with the lingo you kids use today, but this is supposedly the meme. Okay? Whoa, fuck. I put it on this meme.
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
What does that mean?
So
What
the
is-
characters from the anime Lucky Star, right? So Lucky Star is basically, I believe, a high school comedy anime about people starting a musical group in a high school, an idol group in a high school. And basically one of the characters, I don't know their name, but they're bouncing up and down and saying Cunny. Now,
What does that-
generally
what does
speaking,
cunny mean?
this word's used for a variety of reasons. Now, Cunny, some people will claim it just means cute and funny. However, I contend that why not just say cute and funny? So it seems to me if somebody is showing the word cunny like that, it would imply that they're using it for the alternative term, something that people such as Spinal BJ use the term
Wait,
for,
what
which
is
means
the
just
alternative
vagina.
term?
I
Yeah.
believe
Okay, got it.
his family uses the term that way.
Okay, so according
Just
to
vagina.
Urban Dictionary, the term cunny means lolly pussy.
Why are you?
Well, it
citing
can mean only
Urban
pussy,
Dictionary?
it can mean regular pussy.
Aiden,
Yeah.
have you ever searched up your name on Urban Dictionary? Have you ever seen what comes up?
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot.
Yeah,
that
I
we
know-
can
I know the
cite that
meme-
directly reflects upon your character.
I know the meme if you put like a dirty
Oh, the meme.
first name.
Yeah, the meme. No, that's what Urban Dictionary is. You fucking twat.
See, Color is not
Right.
engaging in good faith because he knows he can't defend this meme being in a server where people are
Well-
like, I'm 16. Oh, I'm
I've
a
never
12-year-old.
seen
Oh,
this
it's a
meme.
he.
I've
That's
never
what you're
seen
saying,
this
Color.
meme
Sure,
That's what
sure.
you're saying.
So the
And yet you're defending it.
So wait a minute. That's like a very like disingenuous argument because the specific definition I've just referenced from Urban Dictionary is like the collective definition that anybody who's like involved with or anybody who like knows anything about like online lolicons, it's the same definition. Like everyone knows what that means. I was kind of playing dumb for the content, but like people know what that term means. Like let's not be fucking stupid.
Calworks
Yeah,
tried taking
let's not
advantage
be
of you,
stupid.
Aiden. And if I was you, I would push back on that disgusting behavior where he thought you were naive and he tried using that against you. How does that make you feel?
Well, why don't
Aiden?
we just be honest here? Like, you accept that that's what that means, California, right?
Listen, Aiden, I'll take advantage of you any day of the week.
All right.
Yes,
Do you
I
accept?
do.
You accept it means that? Okay, got it.
Yes, I do. I do.
Got it. So, what do you think
I
about
do.
that term being used around a 16-year-old?
Well, to be honest, Aiden, I'm pretty active in Marcus's chat, and I never saw this. I never saw a screenshot where this was sent in the server.
Well, according to
Yet see
Marcus
that.
himself, he said
Marcus himself.
yes, Marcus himself said this is the meme or whatever in reference to the criticism against against him.
Well, I think that's in very poor taste, and Marcus should definitely, self-reflect on what's being sent in the server. I mean, you have a lot of overlap too, Aiden, with this guy. You have Abu, you have Ollie Khan,
Okay.
and they're also endorsing.
Yeah,
this
those
behavior.
people don't say they're 16. So what's that about?
No one's talking about Hater anymore, Perry.
Yeah,
We're talking
we
about
are.
sending.
No, we're talking about sending that
We are?
around.
Oh, we
Hater.
are. Right.
Bro, you just streamed that bad word to an audience of 104 plus. I've gone over this argument before. You've absolutely no way of mod. I set my videos and streams to not made for kids. You've absolutely no way of moderating who's actually, like, whether or not kids watch the streams themselves, right? It's like, what, Adult Swim that comes on at night. Like, plenty of kids watch that. Adult Swim can't do anything about it, right? But it's very different to facilitate minors, like, conversing within the context of a Discord server. That's, like, obviously completely different because that is something you can change.
So, Aiden, you think Hater should be banned from Marcus in chat?
So wait, hold on one sec. So why give a shit? Because like Discord is like a very common like medium for online grooming. And by having them in your server, a bad faith actor could reach out with negative intentions.
It's also just normalizing the behavior, right? The idea that, oh, it's funny to say that you're underage or whatever, and it's like, then you can't actually tell people are underage, and if it's an issue, it's like, it's harder to police that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate everyone's perspective here.
Hold on. What's your conclusion? What's your conclusion? What do you want, Marcus?
Yeah.
Do you
So
think it's in his best interest
my
to ban Hater?
my conclusion is that you're all pedophiles. All right. Anyways, back to the main content. So essentially, where were we? Yes. So basically, hold on. Where the fuck is this? Aiden running from having to take a position. No, my position is that in like this space, you should not harbor minors in your server. There's like many risks with no reward. That's my position. That's like a pretty firm position. I don't know if you feel like I'm not. I don't know like what more of a firm position I could give you, right? I think that's like pretty fair. That is my position. I'll say it in the call again. Didn't I say that like when we got in there? Didn't I say that while I was on the call with him? You like shouldn't harbor. Did I not like make that clear while I was actively talking to him? All right. Anyways. So to start things off, we're going to be covering the drama of the hour here in a minute. But to start things off, apparently somebody made a video about me, and I honestly was trying to think of if I watched it before on stream, and I don't think I did. But somebody called me out in a video. No, they didn't call me out. They made a video that kind of ties into a recent announcement. If I could just like find it here. Appreciate the topic suggestions from everyone, by the way. All right. I think it's in my inbox. Maybe? Did one of the fucking mods delete it for self-promotion? Because I think the guy himself posted it. Oh my god, dude, where is this fucking guy? Hold on. God, I love like taking a minute to pull things up midstream. It's very professional. And I can't fucking find it. Okay, I guess someone deleted it. Oh no. No, never mind, that's not it. Oh, nope, that's not it either. Alright, fuck this. Fuck your fucking stupid video. I was gonna watch it on stream, but I guess you deleted it, or somebody else deleted it, or whatever the fuck. I don't even know. Aiden, you're so veiny today. What does that even mean? Hold on, I think I got it actually. Wait, I'll just look it up. I'll try manually to find it. It's not even coming up in search. Great, dude. So fucking cool. So here? Maybe it's here. Hold on. I'm gonna take 2 more seconds to try. Okay, I think it's this one, and then
Hey everybody.
I have to go look at the links on the channel. Got it. Found it. Found it.
Hello everybody.
Found it. So this guy is covering my beef with Augie RFC. Let's take a
Can I
look.
backshot it?
Let's take a look. Whoa. Hold
You're
on.
gay.
This angle is very strange. One sec. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone, dude. We're so out of it today. Promise we'll have no more moments like these once I get my shit set up. All right. Cool. Did it.
Hey, bro. Oh, heck no. Close the schools. This man is clearly a school threat. Why the freak is he making that face?
So then it would be okay. That's apparently a guy by the name of Andre. He's like an up-and-coming streamer. Hey, to jerk it off to your neighbor's wife because she's attractive, right? Yes! Absolutely, yes! 200% it would be okay.
Alright, so apparently the Augie RFC
I did say that. It is true, and to this day, nobody's proven me wrong. Yes, you do not need consent to jerk off to the thought of somebody. I do not believe in thought crimes. Crazy take, I know.
and Aiden Projects beef's actually way deeper than I thought. I thought it was all one big joke, but after a little bit of digging and just remembering
This is the most, like, organized, disorganized room I've ever seen. Like, he has the clothes, like, hung up and shit. He's got stuff put away in, well, there's a can out. He's got, like, an organizer for his shoes. And he's got his paper put up, but it still looks like a mess.
stuff, I think they're actually on horrible terms, and that's the reason why Hooked can't continue. My other theory is that they hate money, which that could be one.
Me hating money? No. Where's this guy getting his information from? Fake fucking news. Speaking of money, make sure, as always, folks, to support the streams. And you could super chat, donate through Streamlabs, and if you can't, make sure to like the stream, join the Discord, and join our Twitter community where we're incentivizing you to clip like hell. It's my main way of marketing. I appreciate all the main clippers right now. Bobby B, Dust Bunny, my best friends. And you could be my best friend too. So start clipping like hell. Join our Twitter community, which Janny's will link.
Honestly, that's a good theory out there. And the third theory that I heard, which is probably the worst one, is that they're both too lazy to actually record an hour podcast, which it just can't be that.
You know why Hooked ended? Okay? Augie didn't want to do it. It was a good show, but like sometimes you have to respect you had a good run with something and to like move on. I wanted to go do my own thing. Augie wanted to go do his own thing or nothing at all, and Dumpy wanted to go do his own thing. The problem is, okay, Dumpy is like very nostalgic. Okay, and he's so nostalgic, he will never shut the fuck up about this podcast. So to get him to shut the fuck up and to get him to not, he was gonna reboot it with a bunch of like new randos and like ruin the fucking show. So eventually I said, fuck it, you won't shut up about this, we'll bring Hooked back. So we'll bring it back for a 3rd season.
Because that one makes 0 sense. So there's a couple things the beef could be about, and the first one I'll bring up, and maybe the most illogical one, is politics. As you can see right here in this tweet, Aiden calls out Augie for being a Trump supporter, which, could that be the reason? I think not, but there might be something behind that. So as you can see from the post I'm about to pop up on screen, Aiden is not a fan of Augie RFC or his RFC show anymore. And it all has to
Okay, I like Augie a lot, okay? Augie has retarded political opinions, but on like especially recently on like drama stuff or whatever, he's had like pretty solid takes on like a lot of stuff as of recently. So even though I disagree with him politically and like despise his entire fan base, I still Augie's a good friend of mine. Augie's problem is he's like loyal to a fault. Okay, he's loyal to a fault. That's why Flamenco was kept around for as long as he was. That's why Bo Blacks was kept around for as long as he was. And because Augie just like when he becomes friends with you, like you have to like literally murder someone in front of him for him to cut you off.
do with AG4L.
Also, what is this? AIDS Gang. What is AIDS Gang exactly?
AG4L is AIDS Gang for Life.
I
and
remember that was the day we became established, folks. That was the day we made it out into the mainstream. That was the day we went from a little group to an organized mass movement.
Aiden is trying to top every other commentary YouTuber while
AIDS
simultaneously
Gang
not
represent,
being
okay?
Yo, thank you. Very good timing, too. Thank you so much for the first donation of the fucking stream. Super fucking generous. This donation in question comes from Juicy Dog. Give me 2 good reasons why Salvo shouldn't replace Cyrus for season 3. The 3 of me, Augie, and Dumpy work well together. I'm not looking for a Cyrus I get it, okay? I get it. It's funny to meme on Cyrus or whatever. He wasn't a great person. I understand. But he was like a very good friend of mine for several years, so it's not something I like to not like I'm emotionally affected by it or whatever, but it's something I kind of want to move on about.
in that same commentary
$1 from Frenchius Fry. Thank you so much.
section anymore because he decided to leave. From this one here, he's saying everyone from the commentary space fell off and that he's on top. Even though
True.
he's
Tweets that aged well. Tweets that aged
from
well.
this one here,
Lyrics and Tommy C officially quit. Augie streams fell off. Chud and Queen are British, and Bo Black's in a lunatic. Oh wait, did I talk about Lyrics? Oh wait, this was after Lyrics quit. I thought I predicted Lyrics quitting.
he's saying everyone from the commentary space fell off and that
€2 from Purple Parrot Gaming. What is your favorite type of cake? You know it. This is the one thing I agree with Trump on. A big, beautiful piece of chocolate cake. Well, I also like New York cheesecake a lot. I don't know. It's really tied for me. It depends on the day.
he's on top, even though he has said that he's trying to leave this commentary space. So I don't know why he's still comparing them to him. It kind of just doesn't make any sense for me. Also, Aiden's very inconsistent with the stuff he says. Here's a picture of him calling out RFC and saying it's the history of RFC, which is a picture of Bo Blacks. But here's a picture of him and Bo Blacks hanging out. A little bit snaky activities.
Okay, this has to be a meme, obviously. Yes, there were some developments that happened, like, in between that period. There were some developments that happened in between when that photo was taken and now. But speaking of developments, okay? Speaking of developments, by the way, I was there to see Augie, and Bo Blacks happened to be there. This was in somebody else's living room. All right? I never went somewhere just to see Bo Blacks. But speaking of tweets, Bo Blacks had released a new show in 2022, and I said, Bo Blacks' show will never blow up without a major shout-out of some sort. It may do well at the start, but it will be unsustainable and viewership will fall after a month. He sounds stoned while giving commentaries on streams. He's just not built for it. He's good at reading tweets. True? I said, I sincerely hope it works out for him, but in my honest opinion, it won't. He needs to lay off the weed. And Bo Blacks responds with, I deleted the tweets to be nice, because I was a pussy back then. But Bo Blacks responds with, nice deleted tweets, Aiden. Every Twitterverse is live is an average of 3,000 live viewers and 100,000 views on each VOD. So my streams are already proven to be sustainable. Also, TWOT is a fresh concept. There's also nothing to compare. So I don't know how you can already predict its failure, lol. Well, spoiler, it failed. It failed. Okay, I'll just say it. Failed miserably, just like the rest of his fucking channel, because as I had said in this tweet, he's just good at reading tweets, and he tried to do other stuff with his personality, and it sucked, and his channel sucks. He had 3,000 viewers because he was, like, okay, the thing is, when you, like, he had a lot of views from his Twitter verses, so he tries to go live, and you're going to have a bunch of layover viewers to tune in and see, hey, what's going on here? A bunch of the RFC people, when RFC was pulling like 1K a fucking stream, right? But they were all just like people testing the water, you know? And when you watch it, you realize it's not that good. So I knew if he had kept it going, those like temporary, like, what is the word? Flash up of viewers was going to diminish because nobody's watching for the actual show at first. They're watching to check out and see if they like the show. Aiden gets so insecure when talking about Mayo Monkey. So fucking true. I actually got a comment on my Boblack stream from Bobby's last supporter who said to me that I am just jealous. It's become apparent that I am just jealous that Josh has more subscribers than me. First of all, right, if we're counting dead channels and their sub counts, I have more subs than Josh. Let's just be totally fair here. I'm not jealous of anything, but thank you, good sir. Vetla with the 5. I would like an immediate and formal apology for your defamatory comments regarding my character. Okay, sorry. You're not a pedophile. You're just a phebophile and registered sex offender.
He's acting like, oh, RFC fell off because this guy, and this is all they're gonna remember him for. But I still used to hang out with this guy. Recently. Kind of fucked up. And you might be like, why does Aiden hate the commentary community so much? Maybe because the commentary community didn't really like him. But it's like, why did he hate Augie so much? And if you really think about it, if you think back to the $50 to kick Aiden,
True.
it happened all the time, and he kicked Aiden. Aiden was a punching bag. Aiden no longer wants to be the punching bag.
I'm telling you, folks. I am telling you, and I can only do it with your support, with your clipping, with you propping me up. Okay, we work as a unified team. We're like ants that build a bridge across the water. Okay, it takes all the ants in a coordinated effort, but I will make that clip telling all of them as they laugh and kick me from the VC that when I blow up again, they're all going to be begging and calling me. I'm going to make that clip age so fucking well. I've returned solely out of spite and to dance on the grave of the Cabal, who was living on borrowed time when I came back and is now like totally fucking collapsed because, yes, the commentary community is like super incestuous.
Wants to stand up for himself. That's why AG4L got started. And he feels the need to separate himself from Augie and the rest of the commentary community.
I mean, I have before. Do you remember? I used to have a bit on my show. I don't know how many people remember this, but we would do like.
Represent, okay?
Yo, thank you so much, Alex Smith with the 3. Hey, Aiden, glad to see you. Thanks for being live today. I was involved in a school shooting last week. I saw my best friend and his girlfriend get shot and killed. Your streams always cheer me up. Thank you much. Okay. I'm catching on to what you're doing here. If that's a real person, I'm very sorry to hear that. But there is a guy that donates under new names every stream and like talks about like a tragedy somebody he knew was like just in. So this week, I'm not gonna say because you might be a genuine person, but over the last few weeks, somebody will donate. Like someone was like, hey Aiden, my sister just died in my arms, and watching you was like the only thing that brought her comfort. Or whatever, and then the other week someone's like, yeah, I know a Holocaust survivor, I could get you to interview if you want. So I don't know what's going on here.
I would say jokingly, and I meant this,
Dumpy's right, clip everything and post it on the AG4L community that the mods are gonna link with like a caption, like breaking, Aiden does such and such. Post like hell. There will be special benefits for the top clippers.
just jokingly, I'd be like, somebody toss $50 and I'll throw Aiden off.
Yeah,
right?
I remember that. I was about to say.
And every single time I would say that, they would donate $50.
Yep.
I've probably made like $300 fucking dollars off of Aiden's ass.
Give me Discord Nitro now.
You wouldn't even fucking kick Aiden, so you just fucking pocket that
No, I
money.
kicked him. I
No,
kicked him.
he
I
wouldn't.
actually would, but
I
would,
got kicked all the fucking time, dude.
Okay, yeah, sometimes. I guess there was a few
Eventually-
times where you didn't.
yeah. Eventually, I would stop because I was like, all right, well, this is just. It needs
See, my voice has gotten. Everyone says your voice hasn't changed. My voice is like very much different. Now and then.
stop. But I'm not joking today. $50 and I will kick Aiden today.
Damn.
And Aiden is out of here. Sorry, bro.
Damn.
So this picture is Aiden
Just watching it, the fucking rage that consumes me watching it. You know, he could pick between money and friendship, and he chose money every single time. Every single time. But it's okay. I forgive him. Because I'm a very forgiving person.
calling Augie a pedophile. Some claim
€1.99 from Hellbent. Kick Aiden. Thank you so much for the $1.99 Hellbent, but you're still a dumb bitch.
this is a joke, something he's trying to defame him. I don't know, but when the beef starts getting to
Toki, link the Twitter community, buddy.
defamation, hey, they're really in deep now. So now that you heard every point that it could be, pick him up, throw him away. Because we have a new point which makes 10 times more sense. AG4L isn't there so he can top everybody. It's so that he can try to weasel his way back in with people just saying AG4L because he actually misses Augie. Don't believe me? Look at this tweet he posted recently. Connor X8 looking disgusting, bulge protruding, in his blue sweatpants before Augie. Very, very disrespectful.
Dude, this was insane. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Chud swept for this. Chud talked about Connor shaving his head. Connor shaving his head wasn't the problem. Connor going commando while having his full body displayed on stream. And then potentially having an erection while he's staring into Augie's eyes. That's the embarrassing part, and that's the part that nobody wanted to talk about. Nobody wanted to talk about bulgy Connor, dude. Bulging all over the place.
Bulge protruding in his blue sweatpants before Augie. Very, very disrespectful. Why would Aiden care about being very, very respectful in front of Augie if they're beefing? And that's because I don't think the beef's real between Augie and Aiden. Aiden's making it seem like it's a real thing to drum up views for himself. It's not going too well, but that's the idea there. But what could actually drum up
Aiden, why did you zoom in on this like really embarrassing detail to like show to the world how embarrassing and gay it is? Why did you zoom in to highlight your point that he has a bulge? I wonder why. Why did I do that? Oh, it's almost like I'm trying to show you what the fuck I'm talking about. And also, I stole that tweet. I'm not even the one that took the screenshot, but I'll take credit for it.
10 times more views is if they drop the beef, get back together, Augie, Aiden, Dumpy, and make another Hooked episode, Hooked number 8. Here's a picture from yesterday of Aiden and Augie interacting on Twitter.
Toki still has not linked the Twitter community in chat. I'm therefore firing him from mod position and exiling him from the entire community.
Where Dumpy comes in and says, "Can we just do the fucking show?" Dumpy is
I'm
pleading
joking.
with them because Dumpy sees the vision for Hooked number 8. So whether the beef's real or not, just drop it and get Hooked number 8 out there because that's what the
Well, it's coming, folks. It's coming. Hook number 8 is coming. Why are there so many Mexicans in the community? Yuck. You literally are Mexican. You quite literally are Mexican. Hold on one sec. I gotta fix this shit. Wait, now it's not... Dude, this is gonna kill my OCD. Hold on, dude. What the fuck? Hold on, I gotta adjust this shit. Alright, I think we're in better shape now. Got it. Alright, cool. Anyways. Yeah, so Hooked is coming back, thanks to the efforts of my good friend Dumpy. Go sub to Dumpy. Dumpy is like the next big thing, I'm telling you. Everyone's sleeping on this guy. He is the next big I'm not talking about commentary, I'm talking about like the streamer world in general, okay? And when this guy blows up and is at the top, people could clip this and say, Aiden's right about everything, which I am. But I'm telling you, this guy is like next up. It's only a fucking matter of time. Okay, who the fuck drew this? I look nothing like this, sir. I look absolutely nothing. Why am I Jewish Yakub? Why did you turn me into Jewish Yakub? And how are the headphones on my head? They're like, dude, what kind of Yakubian shit is this, bro? Which one is the drawing? Good one, buddy. All right. I also just wanted on the record to show that I've put out a public challenge. Okay? I've put out a public challenge to Tommy and any of his supporters to... This guy is so fucking stupid. Oh my god, dude. Oh, my DMs with Farhan that I have not accepted. See, I'm not in communication with Farhan. Just reading what he sent. Dude, this EG Lately guy is like always under my tweets saying like the most like stupid shit on earth. Vincent Martin will not call in. I am like honestly sick of like people who will like be in like servers like talking shit on you or tweeting shit about you, and then you go and like ask them to call, just a call. You ask them to call in and you get every fucking excuse in the world. I'm sick of it. You should be publicly shamed if you're like unwilling to have an on-stream conversation with the person you've publicly taken issue with. Okay? It is like the most pussy fucking shit on earth. You're depriving viewers of the content, so you guys should be just as mad as I am, but you're a total fucking coward. Insane stall. What am I stalling for? I asked to call in. If you want to call in, you can call in. Anybody who is disagreeing with me is welcome to call in. You can call in if you'd like to call in. If you actually have something to fucking say, which I doubt you do in particular, Hellbent. Vincent has talked to Queeman, so it doesn't make sense. Maybe he's just more scared of me. I don't fucking know. Oh, we have a statement from Hater. I have no idea who decided and said I was 17. I'm not even close to being 17. This is me officially saying I am 16. I never said I was 17. Good one. I disagree with you, but I'm not calling in. Well, you're like the worst type of person alive. Anyways. You still pass as 17? Good one. I'm telling you, aging is just like sun exposure. That's literally it. I eat like shit. I fucking smoke. I stay up all hours of the night. Sometimes I do like 24-hour stints, right? I don't really look that old. It's literally just put on some fucking sunscreen. It's literally that. Everyone's like, oh, why are you always oily? Or they're like, I wear sunscreen. Sometimes I don't rub it in properly. But it's literally that simple. Just put on some fucking sunscreen. I disagree, Aiden. I would call in, but my house burned down and ICE arrested me and I'm getting deported right now. Sucks to be you. Oil up? True, oil up. Wait, I missed so many donations. What the fuck? Patrick Starr. Aiden is a eunuch. He's jealous. Connor has a PP. So fucking true. Hellbent with the 1.99 pounds. Kick Aiden. Good one. Draftel with the 5. Shave your head and then cover it in oil so you can cosplay as a ball sack. Okay, go fuck yourself, man. Go fuck yourself. Wait, is EG lately in chat? Is EG lately in my chat right now? I'm at work right now, but I'll call in. Okay, if you have a disagreement, feel free to call in. Anyways. Hey, at least this guy, listen, I'll give him credit. I just called him, like, stupid and wish, like, bad things to happen to his entire bloodline, but at least he's willing to call in. Unlike everybody else in existence. Alright, what did we have on the docket? Oh, I was gonna... So to do a more serious... I am trying to do some more serious / political stuff, but... I watch Court Cam. I'm very interested in judicial misconduct, and I thought this might be interesting to a general audience. But apparently there's this big controversy that went national out of the state of Utah because a judge, this is like a quick segment, but a judge made some comments. So let's take a look at these. Well, let's take a look at this was like on Twitter and shit. Let's take a look at what's got everyone fucked up.
A judge is now facing bipartisan calls for his resignation.
More like political 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
This over comments the judge made during a recent sentencing that were first brought to light by KSL. News specialist Daniel Woodger first broke this story. He joins us now with this exclusive update. Daniel, what did you find out?
Well, Debbie, in this letter here that we obtained, the top Republican and Democrat in the House of Representatives say the judge's comments in this case were unacceptable.
So both Republicans and Democrats want this guy fucked. They want him out. What did he say?
They also criticized the Utah State Court's response to this entire controversy.
The more I talk about it, the more it upsets me.
House Speaker Mike Schultz isn't happy with Judge Don Torgerson, who last month sentenced 22 years.
He looks like such a fucking Utahn, bro. Oh my God. Their faces are like burned into my mind. They look like their fake smile. Oh my God.
Old Aiden Hoffman in Grand County for 2 felonies.
Me?
Court documents say Hoffman possessed and distributed multiple images of children being raped and sexually abused.
I thought he was talking about drugs there for a second, and I was gonna be like, oh well, that's not that bad. And then I was not expecting that part. That's horrible.
At the sentencing, Torgerson decided Hoffman would serve no additional time behind bars and pay no fine while being put on probation for 4 years. Schultz called that a slap on the wrist.
But what was really concerning...
Wait, sorry, how much did he get? No additional time behind bars, no fine, probation for 4 years. That is like absolutely fucking insane. That is like an insane. Utah, by the way, is like, I'm pretty sure they're like one of the strictest states on drug charges. A lot of people are actually go to prison for on drug charges and shit. I know people do this cope of like, there's people serving life behind bars over marijuana right now, and this guy only got and it's like, okay, they're phasing that out, and like half the cases of the people doing life behind bars for marijuana, it was actually like that was their final strike in the 3-strike law. I admit it's stupid, but whatever. How long am I streaming for? Probably 6 hours.
Years. Schultz called that a slap on the wrist.
But what was really concerning to me was the comments that this judge made during the sentencing hearing.
He's referring to what Torgerson said to Hoffman about the nearly 4 months he had already spent in jail.
112 days is a lot of jail time. It's a lot of jail
He's distributing images of minors being raped, by the way.
time for someone your age who comes from some level of privilege.
The judge also said this after viewing 2 videos Hoffman possessed showing children being raped and abused.
I did defense work. I've seen worse.
What? Dude, that's insane. That is an insane fucking thing. What are you talking about, bro? What the fuck? Huh? What? Get this psycho off the fucking bench. You've seen worse? You've seen what? Where have you seen him? Maybe on your cases or in your own time. But that is an insane fucking... There are judges that are literally brought to tears talking about crimes against children during the sentencing phase because they're like normal people that have a lot of empathy, right? To actually watch a crime being perpetrated against a child and say, meh, I've seen worse, is like an insane fucking statement. And then to also, when you're talking about like sentencing him, to claim that relative to his amount of privilege, the amount of time he spent in jail is more extreme, right? That's also super inappropriate because you should be sentencing people based on the crime and likelihood to reoffend, not on the level of privilege they have, racial status, etc., etc. So to just like admit that that's playing a part in like the severity of potential sentencing, it is also like insanely unprofessional and I think just like a violation of several codes of ethics.
That's not okay. That's horrific. Even if the judge had seen worse, you don't say that in the court. You don't say that in front of the defendant.
Schultz says Torgerson should have apologized. Instead, the court put out a statement defending the judge and criticizing.
I told you this state is fucking insane. Okay, this state, I could go into it for I legitimately hate the state of Utah. I hate the state of Utah. I hate its governance. I hate the people in it. Okay, this state is like a fucking lunatic asylum in government. I'm serious.
In KSL's reporting, the court claimed the plea agreement
They have like the most lax child abuse laws on planet Earth.
spared Hoffman from more time behind bars. But Schultz points out that's not what it said. It gave the prosecutor the right to argue for prison, which he did.
And so, you add all those things together and we have a problem here.
Schultz is not alone in feeling this way. The top Democrat in the House, Minority Leader Angela Romero, is also calling for Torgerson to step down and for the judiciary to investigate. In a joint letter,
Romero, see, Hispanics always been the voice of reason. Always the voice of reason, okay? We love Hispanics here, folks. We love Hispanics.
She and Schultz call the judge's comments flat out unacceptable, showing an alarming lack of judgment.
I just felt like it was an important message for us to send to that judge, to think about the words and the power he has and the impact it has on victims of sexual assault, child sex abuse.
But Torgerson remains on.
At Aiden Underground, is Cali any better? But yes, it is. I know you're probably thinking of that like fucking Fox News shit where it's like they want to reduce the sentence if you like have sex with a child in Cal, which is like not actually what not what it said if you like actually read the bill and like the nuance in it. But no, California is actually leagues better than the state of Utah by far.
On the bench, the House Speaker is now putting together a group
It's
of.
always the same talking points. Well, what about the homeless people? What about the homeless people? What about the homeless people? I don't know if they've done surveys on this. A lot of the homeless in California have come from other states. I've spent a lot of time conversing with the people on the street here, and almost everyone I've talked to, both in Northern and Southern California, comes from another state, and they all say they came out here because of the weather and well, yeah, because of the weather and shit, right? And the like a lot of the homeless problem is actually other states' problems coming here, right? And it's not the governor has his hands tied for what he is and is not allowed to do because the Supreme Court has made certain rulings. Like you can't just rip these people off the street, I'm pretty sure, against their fucking will for no reason. I'm pretty sure like the Supreme Court only recently ruled that they were allowed to like dismantle encampments. Cali is a shithole with shit governance and retarded rent control laws. The governance in California is great. You're like totally delusional.
Lawmakers to consider the next steps.
And to make a recommendation to our body.
California is only good for the fact that it fucking gives the money that cleans up the red state's fucking issues with their fat, drug-addicted, meth-smoking populace. Cali's only good because it produces like most of the fucking country's agriculture for any state, right? Cali's only good because it like provides for it dominates the entertainment industry. It dominates tech. Cali is only good like at some point you're gonna have to realize, yeah, it's just a good state. Okay, it's just a good state at some point. They have issues, right? Housing costs and homelessness. But relative to everything else, it's a pretty good state.
As to what they see fit.
If he doesn't resign.
If he doesn't resign. You know, certainly impeachment is always an option.
Wait, when have I denied that California is a homeless problem? It does. I'm just saying it's such a reductionist take to like blame that on Gavin Newsom.
I don't know that that's the right way forward, but everything's on the table.
Now, the House Speaker met with the Utah Chief Justice today to talk about this. Both sides called that a productive meeting. A court spokesperson tells me the judiciary
Why is this even up for debate? Why is this guy still in fucking office or on the bench? I'm not sure why you were aggro. I agree. Okay, that's just how I talk, man. Dude, why is everyone so sensitive to tone? Okay, does everyone want me to go like talk like this? Should I just talk like this? But yeah, this is a fucking insane case. The judge is like a fucking lunatic on the bench in a state run by lunatics. And trust me, this has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Utah is a red state, okay? I like Florida. I like visiting Florida. I'd even consider living there. Do I like their governance? No, not really. Do they do some things good? Sure. This is not like a bias based on the fact that Utah votes red. I could go into a whole rabbit hole for you that I'm not going to do, but right now, but look into it. This state is fucking crazy. I like the soy low-tone Aiden, my little Twinkie. Okay. Good one. Well. So, apparently, there was a post about me on the Clipped Live subreddit. I've shit on this subreddit a lot. Do people genuinely not like Aiden? This is a good way to figure it out. If somebody starts talking about how much they hate me, just ask them for a reason. Ask them for a reason. It is always superficial. There are many reasons to not like me. I just never hear them cited. It is always very superficial reasons. Your voice, you're annoying, etc., etc. There's never goes beyond that. Okay? But I only started following the commentary community when the Mama Max drama happened, so I'm not fully versed in on the deep lore. You were telling me this isn't Brittany Simon? Dude, it's like the gawk jokes with Chud or the fat jokes with Diorio. It's like, yeah, it's funny the first month. At some point, it's like you're like an uncreative, like lazy fucking asshat that can't come up with anything else. You look like such a J in that picture. God, I fucking wonder why. Is this John Swan with extra okay, that one's kind of funny. $10 from the poser. California is an objectively good state, and all the people who complain about it are poor bums who live in Nebraska. California has me and Aiden. That's already more than what their state has. So fucking true. $1.99 from Hellbent. You should stop denying how much we have in common. What do we have in common? It's a mix of both for me personally. Aiden can put out his content, but his debate shit can get really old quickly. That's actually fair. That is totally fair. Sir Gerald, That is very fair. You've actually cited a specific reason that is non-superficial. You're not into the constant debate shit. You know what, buddy? That's very fair. Gerald is fair. Gerald H is fair. It's been a meme for ages. Some take it too seriously. True? I think it's a mix. Oh, this guy copes so much. He'll never call in, though. He's always coping about me. Aiden's always annoyed the shit out of me. And I don't know why Augie insisted on keeping him around. He'll never be able to cite a valid reason, by the way. Never. We do like him. We like to laugh at him. You're the joke. You were literally the joke. You're an unironic RMC chatter, buddy. You're not the one that's laughing at people. True. D's nuts. Very intelligent comment. You are AIDS gang. AG4L from the OG poster. Comfortable rule. My strongest warrior. Okay, people are accusing this of being my alt. It's not. Okay, I don't have a fucking Reddit alt. They hate him because his curls are draping over their mom's back during doggy style. True. I find Aiden to be self-centered and pretentious. I am self-centered. For sure. That's actually very valid. That is valid. I am self-centered. I do care about myself way more than I care about anyone else. And yeah, that's a valid criticism. That's true. It's true. I am self-centered. It's both. Aiden is like, I'm being compared to Jaden Smith right now. Aiden is like Jaden Smith, privileged from his early boom on YouTube, above average intelligence, but overly estimates his own knowledge. I don't think I do. If I get something wrong, I like totally admit I'm wrong, and I say, I always preface it by saying I could be wrong about this, but welcome to the community, and here's a cringe clip of pre-puberty Aiden being a cringe lord. Also, kick Aiden. It's not that serious. Like 5 years ago, he was a massive contrarian. That, on top of being like 15, he just seemed like an annoying younger sibling of the commentary community. Little A, a little B, both. Is Aiden ever going to upload to his channel again? I thought he just reposed his main channel to be a streaming channel. I didn't. Okay, it seems like we got some very mixed responses here, but my public image is seemingly on an upturn. Watch the clip. I know what the clip is. You can go watch it. It's uncommon.
It's so weird.
It's not a clip. It's a 30-minute video. You could go watch it on your own time. It's just like me talking about like existentialism, thinking I'm like coming up with some like unique thought, and then Boblax being like too stupid to understand it. So he's like sitting there being like, what? What? But like the comments seem to actually... The comments actually seem to... This was like probably the nicest the comments ever were to me. I've had these exact thoughts many times before. Listening to Aiden makes me think way too damn much. This makes me love Aiden so much. Based. My boyfriend Tyrone 9000 called me a freak. Aiden ate this convo. Somebody said something about Boblax. You know, people like Aiden will say, I want to talk to God, but they never ask, does God want to talk to me? I mean, depends on what religion you are, but surely God isn't like the whole point of God that he's like trying to offer, if you're Christian, that he's like trying to, you're born in sin and he's trying to offer like eternal salvation and reach out to you because he loves you and he's the only thing that can save you from eternal damnation. So despite being a sinner, doesn't God want to talk to you? Right? I don't know what religion this guy's from, but I love this stream because Boblax thinks he's like the smart one here and Aiden is stupid. But in reality, Aiden is trying to explain a very normal concept that people contemplate and Boblax just does not get it. 3 years ago, this person was ahead of their time. Well, all right. Now we're going to get into the main content. clip like hell, folks. This segment, you really clip like hell. Okay? If you have ideas for what I could do to incentivize clipping. Oh, I actually wanted to, before we do that, I wanted to check out. Listen, okay? Generally, I'm against talking about kids, and I'm not looking at this from like an angle making fun of the kid. I'm looking at it more from like a why. Because I relate. Hold on, we'll just pull this up. Okay? For those of you that don't know, the streamer Destiny, who at one point I was a very big fan of, I still like his political coverage, but he's also like probably some sort of sex offender. Well, not probably. I mean, he did like violate the consent of several women by sharing their nudes non-consensually for whatever reason. I don't know. Seemed like some kind of fetish. But Destiny is his son. And the thing is, right, I was allowed to roam the internet and share my stupid thoughts with everyone to be memorialized forever at a young age because my parents fundamentally did not understand the internet, right? They didn't really know what I was up to. The difference with a guy like Destiny is that Destiny has been online for so long, he understands what this does for like kids, right? How like damaging it could be. But here, I just want to pull this up because I don't even know if this is like rage bait or not. But Destiny's son was in his server from a young age. There was even a controversy where Kelly Jean was supposedly talking to him about his dad, which is like weird, right? But I don't think you should have your son in your server or like engaging with your community or having like a public online presence. This account has TOS. Well, I'll scroll down real quick. Well, I'm covering it critically, so I think this stuff will be fine to cover, right? I'm just gonna like scroll down a lot to make sure everything is okay to cover. So, a big criticism I had of Destiny back in the day was, and I've had this, me, Queeman, and Jay Stalk all had like a big debate about this in private. Me and Quinn were going up against J-Stock, but I think that Destiny's platforming of Fuentes was done irresponsibly. I think Fuentes is okay to platform when you're engaging with his ideas critically, and the dangerous part about a guy like Fuentes is that Fuentes is funny, and on an interpersonal level, he is likable. Like, just to be honest, he is a guy you could like probably sit down and have a beer with or whatever. He seems like he's like a funny, charismatic person, but that kind of disguises some of his more like abhorrent beliefs. And I thought that by Destiny kind of like publicly being all buddy-buddy with him, they had lunch together, all that kind of shit, he was gonna have, he was platforming him irresponsibly and potentially leading to members of his fan base not recognizing Fuentes for what he is and like humanizing him and making his beliefs more easily accessible to them as a result. Actually, one of the people I knew from the DGG group chat back in the day actually ended up becoming a full-on groiper. But $10 from the poser. People always cry about California's drought issues, and then it will have a year where all the water supply is restored and the cycle repeats. Also, Nathaniel, looks like you're... Okay, just be... I'm not here to bully the kid. Okay? And as a matter of fact... Because I honestly, I think like childhood, your teenage years are where you're meant to like get your bad ideas out and like explore. And the thing about living your life online is it memorializes all of it. And for people who see your old posts and everything, they don't like really, it's very immediate for them. They don't get to see the change that occurred in between them. So if Nathan ever reaches out to me and wants this segment taken down, I will happily take it down because I don't want to contribute to that. But for now, I'll cover it. He ended up becoming a groiper, I guess, but the other weird thing is he was like when his dad's like sex shit was being published all over X, he was like interacting with these people. It was just it's such a bizarre dynamic. But now he's like apparently just become a full-blown neo-Nazi. And he's like, and I think it's just a phase. I think it is the X, like, unironically puts you into a right-wing echo chamber. And yeah, even if you think you're like a smart person, being exposed to the same ideas over and over and over again at some point makes those ideas more acceptable to you. And especially for somebody of his age that's actively developing, it's like very dangerous to be in that echo chamber because you're very easily like influenced. So some of the tweets that hold on, I didn't go down this far, so I just want to make sure that I'm not pulling up anything too TOS, like fucking porn or something. All right, none of it's there. So, like, yeah, he's tweeting out the N-word and stuff, and it's like, at 14, that's like pretty damaging because you'll have prospects of getting into like, even if you're someone that doesn't really give a fuck about usage of the word or whatever, from like a professional perspective, it's a nightmare. Because if this kid has like prospects for his future, this could totally fuck him up, right? But he doesn't really seem like he cares because he's just become a full-blown neo-Nazi. Now you could be like, oh, well, this shit is just like kind of a meme. But then you like go down. And there was some like crazy shit. I don't know if he's like retweeting like some neo-Nazi shit, talking about Cunny. Cunny is love, Cunny is life. Talking about Pixie blocking him, his dad blocked him. And then you have shit like this, where it is, and I'm just going to tell you right now, I am not offended, okay? I'm not personally offended because this is a kid. I am more sad on his behalf because I was taken in at a young age by stupid beliefs. Not shit like this, right? But I was easily influenced. And had I not been from the background I'd been from, being terminally online at a young, easily influenced age, exposed to the state that X is right now, I very well might have gone down like the political path he's going down right now, right? I don't think it's his fault. I think it's the fault of the adults, which is why I will take down this segment if he asks me. I don't think it's his fault. I think it is the adult's fault in his life, and I think it is. I think Elon should, should fix the algorithm, but. And typically I'm against talking about people as parents. I think it's fair game if your kid is a public presence, right? Or like not just a general public, like a public presence, like in the context where they're linked to your community and stuff. But like shit like genocide is natural. Genocide is survivalist. Genocide is us first. Genocide is a cure to a growing problem. We all know the problem, but we are shunned and ridiculed for giving a solution. Genocide. They will overperform to be seen as equal. They'll assimilate so we forget who they were. They'll bleed for a country that still calls them guests, but they still will not ever be like us. So it's very clear who he's talking about, right? You don't ever stop liking children. Your options are only limited. Young girls are biologically attractive. Hear that, folks? If you so much as dare to question the 6 million figure, you are evil, genocidal, and accurate. So this is an idea I'm going to shop around with you guys. I don't know if it's like super unhinged. My like area of expertise, when I started debating, for those of you that don't know, my like start to debate was against neo-Nazis. I realized at some point it was pointless. There's no changing these people's minds. I even debated Fuentes once in a Twitter space. So I'm very knowledgeable on like Holocaust denial and like World War II revisionism. World War II is kind of like the area I know a lot about. And Nathan tweets out about how he's not allowed to ask questions. So I would gladly, not to debate him or make him look bad, but I would gladly be willing to entertain a stream where I turn off the chat, where I let him ask his questions, okay? And then I can respond to them. Because I think right now he's in a total fucking echo chamber. people will be like, oh, the optics, Aiden, he's fucking, he's a teenager or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I would obviously put limitations on. I would turn off the chat. I would make no references to his father. I would have no private communications with him. I would just tweet at him on Twitter and give him the link. And we can have a conversation where he is allowed to ask the questions that he's supposedly not allowed to ask. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And the only reason I'd be willing to do it is because he's so, like, I think he can change. I think he's in an echo chamber right now. I don't think it's like people will be like the optics. I'm not trying to debate him. $2 from the poser. Aiden, send me your debates with these people. So the debate with Fuentes in a Twitter space archive. The debates with neo-Nazis are now gone from my old Twitch account. But I can get the neo-Nazis to vouch that they happened. Okay, well, that's the gist of it. It's very sad stuff that's happening right now. And he's probably, like, far from the only case. They're like when you're it's like what is it, the technique, fire hosing? It was like a propaganda technique used by the USSR. I don't know if I'm using the term correctly. Let me look. Fire hosing is a propaganda technique in which a large number of messages are broadcast rapidly, repetitively, and continuously over multiple channels without regard for the truth or consistency. So that is literally what X functions as right now. I have seen so many false claims come up on my timeline from right-wing accounts, even though I, mostly engage with like liberal-esque news and stuff. That is literally what is happening right now on X, and there's no doubt in my mind it's probably contributed to him adopting the beliefs he presently has. Also, read my other donations. What donations did I miss? Oh, yeah, we also hit goal. Thank you guys so fucking much. Damn. Your other donation disappeared. Can you just retype it? I read you donated twice, right? I read both of them. Just retype what you wanted to say. It disappeared. I'm sorry, man. Aiden, send me your debates with these people. I don't have them. I can look for them. Well, I'm resetting goal. Thank you guys so much for helping us hit it. That's very fucking kind. All right. Well, now we're going to get to the main topic I wanted to talk about here today. Now, I had to convince Domino that Fuentes was racist. The poser. Fuentes is racist? No. What? I thought he was a communist. Click on live chat and then click on fan funding. Oh, shit. Thank you. Shelby coming in. If the Cookie Monster is 15 ovens working 24 hours a day every day for 5 years, how long does it... Okay, I can't read that, and you know I can't read that. Aiden, send me your debates with these people. Okay, what was your other... Okay, it looks like I've read every donation you've given. I don't know what I missed. I obviously cannot read that one. His hatred for his father probably plays a huge role in falling down the alt-right. Well, that also might be it. This might be like a way of rebelling against his dad. How did he not? I only got super chats 2 months ago. Sorry. Yeah, I learned some things. I learned some new stuff every day. I can't read it. Reads it. I read the beginning to figure out what he was going to type, and then I realized I couldn't read the end part. I actually totally left out the end part, you fucking moron. I gotta get that voice fixed, man. I gotta get that voice fixed. All right. Well, let's get into our main segment. So I'll do my little ramble here. Okay? This is a topic that always comes up, right? Especially in our community where people are criticizing others for a living. And it's something that I think is like very worth talking about. But suicide does happen a lot in the online space. Personally, I've known 2 other content creators who took their own life. And the thing about that is, right, there is no one factor that leads someone to taking their own life. It is a multifaceted thing. It's a combination of things that ultimately leads to that end decision. So to reduce it to a single person giving criticism online is like unbelievably cruel. It's unbelievably cruel. It's reckless, and it is a inherent misunderstanding of suicide and what leads to it. This was clear when Keemstar was being blamed for Etika's death, predominantly by H3H3 and his fans. And the thing is, right, Etika was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Even before the Keemstar stuff, he had regular, ups and downs. And the shit Keemstar said to him didn't really seem to get to him all that much. And then he tragically took his life later down the line. And people were like, oh, well, you caused this, Keem, or whatever the fuck, when it's like very obvious that that wasn't the case. I don't hold back there's plenty of stuff to criticize Keemstar for, but I think it is like insanely reckless to go and say that it's Keemstar's fault that he did that. And if I remember correctly, Etika's own mom ended up coming out and saying, like, please don't blame him for this. Like, because she probably knew what we all knew, that Etika, unfortunately, was suffering from mental illness, and suicide is just, people with bipolar are obviously much more predisposed to suicide than the average population. So recently, another YouTuber by the name of, hold on, let me pull this up real quick. I'm going to ask everybody to just be like a bit respectful for this segment. Okay, then when we're done, you can go back to being shitters. So a YouTuber by the name of Michaela Rains, who ran a Fox Rescue Center program, Save a Fox Rescue. She made YouTube videos as well. She was she was a content creator. Sorry, a content creator by the name of Michaela Rains. Ran Save a Fox Rescue Center, rescuing, rehabilitating foxes. And with this week, she tragically took her own life. Now, many people have been running with the story. Well, let's just check it out. Let's listen to the statement from her husband. Who is obviously, we'll listen to the statement from her husband who announced this. I'm just going to ask everyone to be respectful, please, and then we're going to get into some shitty stuff that people are using her death for.
Hey everyone, I just want to start this video out by saying parental advisory. This is not a video for children, and a trigger warning. Some of the things you're about to hear are going to be triggering for some people. I don't have approval from the board to make this video, but
I think it's the board of the rescue center.
But I have to say what needs to be said. I have to. This is a video I never planned on making, and it's completely devastating having to sit down and write this out. But a couple days ago, Michaela Rains passed away. This is the most hurtful and difficult time of my life, so please bear with me as I try to read this through the tears. Michaela was the most bright and shining example of what you could accomplish if you really set your mind to something. She was never held back by ideas that everyone...
I'm watching this right now because I want to gain some indication of what happened and potential contributors to why it happened, because that's like the thing that's mainly up for speculation. First of all, let me just commend this guy. It is to not only to lose someone that close to you, but to lose them in like such an unexpected, tragic way. I don't know if he was the one that even found her. That would make it way worse. Like so close after it happened to like get in front of the world and have to talk about it is not an easy thing to do. So I respect him for talking about it publicly.
Everyone else considered unrealistic. As many of you know, she was on the autism spectrum, and while that made her life very difficult, it allowed her to hyper-focus on one thing, and that one thing was obviously animals. From a young age, she dedicated every waking hour of her life to helping them, whether it was helping a snapping turtle cross the road or saving 500 foxes from a terrible fur farm. She was never in it for fame, money, or personal gain. She was truly one of the most selfless people I have ever known.
I mean, yeah, the center was, if I remember correctly, it was non-for-profit, right? So you do have to, I think a lot of like the people that went after her, there were claims that she was profiting off of or mistreat. I think she took like some of the shedded hair from the foxes and like sold it, which is fine. Obviously, you need to get funding for this somehow. But like obviously, if there's no monetary like incentive involved for you personally, like, or you know, little to none, like obviously you have to fundamentally have a large, deep care for animals. And
she put the animals' well-being over her own time and time again. She would forgo sleep, eating, and showering if there was an animal that needed her help. And it was not just foxes. I've seen her help birds, reptiles, sheep, squirrels. I truly believe when it came to animals, she could do anything. She would build the strongest bonds with all of the animals here, constantly working to earn their trust and create a lasting connection. Every single animal here just lost their best friend. And over the course of her life, she was responsible for saving into the 4 figures of animals, and all of your support.
Yeah, we're gonna get into the Ethan stuff right after this. I'm watching this right now to see if he talks about. I don't like reacting to something like this because it's like a very like it's a very like deep emotional thing. I don't feel like reacting to it is like I'm what I'm looking for is watch the original video. Please donate to the non-pro. I don't want to react to this full thing because I just don't feel like it's very respectful to do so. But donate to the fundraiser. Watch the original video. But I want to know if he. So he talks about bullying a little bit. So I just want to look at that because it's going to be very relevant to what we're about to go into. You know, I don't mean to skip past what he's saying.
Which is a double-edged sword because on one hand, it allowed her endless empathy for those in her care, but it also means that she took everything negative to heart. And now I want to talk about how words, whether spoken in person or written online, can affect someone. For a few years, a group of people had been throwing dirt on Michaela's name and the rescue. Most of these are people she knew, and some of them are other animal sanctuaries. They consistently spread ridiculous.
Okay, so he's okay. He's not only referencing people she knew. Wait, hold on. Let me.
Most of these are people she knew, and some of them are other animal sanctuaries.
Okay, some and most. So that's the bulk, but he's not inherently saying that there weren't just like random people also involved. Okay.
They consistently spread ridiculous claims and rumors, and being the sensitive human that she was, Michaela took it all to heart. And it hurt her. It hurt her a lot. But she pushed through. For years, she pushed through the pain of people trying to bring her down and the mental challenges she faced, and she still rescued hundreds of animals and changed the lives of so many. But recently, more of the rude words, accusations, and name-calling came from some of those she considered close friends. I think all of this stems from jealousy and envy, but she felt as if the entire world had turned against her. She had always battled with borderline personality disorder causing emotional instability, as well as impulsive behaviors. But this time it went too far. She couldn't bear what she was feeling any longer.
Okay. So once again, Like, this is a tragic situation, and this guy is like unbelievably brave for getting up and like showing his emotions to the whole world in regards to this. But with that being said, right, he specifically referenced people online saying negative things to her. We also not to denigrate her, but he's admitted, right, she's had borderline personality, she has borderline personality disorder and autism spectrum disorder. And I don't know about autism spectrum disorder, but I know for borderline, I'm pretty sure your risk of suicide is like significantly increased. The obviously this is someone who loves her, so I'm not here to criticize what he's saying on this, right? In general, this sentiment from people who are not her husband, right? Because obviously her husband is going to be feeling immense anger for the people who are saying negative stuff about her online. When we're assessing someone's actions, like, we can't assess, like, when you're assessing whether like someone's morality or whatever, you can't go off of what's happened after the fact, because if it's a consequence they didn't intend for, or no, hold on. What I'm saying here is, right, if we're going to claim that people saying certain things online led to her death, right, we need to look at what these people had originally said and judge it on its own without taking while keeping the aftermath kind of out of our head in the immediate moment of assessing it, right? Because when you're criticizing someone online, even if your criticism is bad and even if it is mean, there's a real possibility you obviously don't intend for them to do something like this. So if the criticism was harassment that was persistent, vicious, and like would bring a reasonable person to that point, then we can criticize it. If it was just mean in general online, this person is just as morally culpable as anyone else who writes a mean comment online, regardless of the aftermath. Because when they wrote that at that point in time, even if it was cruel, they had absolutely no intention or idea that this is what would follow, right? Sit in the middle of the chair. But so hold on. So what I'm saying here is, right, we like the line of criticism for certain, this like kind of line of criticism that people used for Etika and this person, like the people everyone goes after in these cases are kind of like scapegoats. Okay, everyone writes mean shit to other people online. In these people's case, the aftermath was fucking tragic. But when we're assessing their moral culpability, we're not assessing what happened after the fact. We're assessing what they did at the time and what they reasonably would have expected to happen. And yes, unfortunately, I hate to say this, right? There are people I deeply respect and cared about that died in this manner. But ultimately, when somebody takes their own life, in almost every instance, it's their decision, it's their choice, and it's tragic that they thought that they had to make that choice, but it is their choice at the end of the day. They chose to do it, and other people didn't do it for them, right? So I feel like it is very unfair to blame people who it is very unfair to blame people who give online criticism for somebody else's death if the criticism itself was not any more severe than what other content creators normally face. This is not a job or a position that your average person can handle. I've said this before, right? When you're a public figure online, the expectation is there are crazy people that will know of your existence. There are bad people that will know of your existence. You'll get everything from threats to horrible comments about you, etc., etc. And do you deserve it? No. Should it happen? No. But it is going to happen. And you need to have this understanding when you go and enter the online space, right? And for somebody who is already mentally vulnerable, that cannot handle it, they then need to step away, and kind of realize, this isn't for me. I can't deal with this, and kind of step away and leave, from their channel and the internet. This is not for everybody. Hold on. All right. All right, can we mods, can we just time out people who are just being shitters right now? I just asked specifically for this segment that we just keep it a little respectful. I don't think that's I honestly, I don't think that's a big ask, okay? I don't really ask that from people a lot. But the point is, right? The point is, people online, if we're setting the standard that internet trolls or people giving critique are to blame for somebody else's death, then almost half the people online should be treated as attempted murderers. Ultimately. It is very apparent and clear what the online world will bring, and if you cannot handle it, you shouldn't be here online. And there's nothing wrong with you not being able to handle it. There's nothing wrong with you not being able to handle it, but then just do not put yourself in that situation. So that brings me to what's going on now. Okay? A thread was made about the people that in question that Twitter and Reddit have determined caused her suicide. So let's read this. Michaela Rains, founder of Save a Fox Rescue, just took her own life. 2 months ago, she was seen on r/SaveAFox Snark attempting to defend herself from her detractors. Here's how the subreddit's creator responded when she showed up. It's time to address Snark subreddits. In 2019, this was commonplace at your rescue for fighting between enclosures. You had a fox lose a leg a year ago, and you just now fixed the fencing, and you think that makes you look good? Stop taking in new animals. Get your shit fixed out. You could do well, but your head is too far up your own ass to do so. If you don't want to deal with the public, then maybe just stick to OnlyFans. Okay, so this person has things that they believe are legitimate criticism, followed by a kind of mean remark. No, making a comment like this does not make you culpable at all. Towards a public figure does not make you culpable at all for somebody else dying. That is a ridiculous assertion. It's such a disrespect. It's it's so reductionist to the concept of suicide, and when you this argument mean we should never say anything mean from behind a screen out of fear that the person on the other end will take their own life. And under that logic, criticism and taking jabs at people online just shouldn't exist. It does, and I'm pretty sure Reddit Lies has said worse things about the people he reposts. In that case, those people, as far as we know, just happen to not take their life as a result of it. But because you can't predict the outcome, it's based on what you reasonably believed at the time of making the comment, somebody like Reddit Lies would be just as culpable as the person that made this post on Reddit. Telling a woman to slut it up on OnlyFans is a bit more than being mean. What would you call it? Give me a word. Give me a word. We're maybe I'm desensitized because of the community I'm in, the shit that I hear, but that is just mean. It's a mean comment. Sexual harassment. I don't think the person who made that comment had any intent of sexual advancement, right? I don't think that's sexual harassment. That's not sexual harassment. Evil? It's only evil because we know what happened in hindsight. If just be fucking honest, if any of you were looking at this comment at the time, you wouldn't really think it's anything out of the ordinary for the internet. Reddit user Pale Explanation created Save a Fox snark after rumors of a bobcat biting a volunteer surfaced. Hello, anyone that stumbles on this. I've been following Save a Fox on Instagram since well before Michaela had her current property. I used to be a very loyal follower and even followed some of the volunteers for more Fox content. I began following one volunteer that I became fairly close with, who began sharing with me some of her troubling behind-the-scenes information. This volunteer shared with me that she had been at the rescue and was feeding the bobcat that Michaela owned, and the bobcat bit her. Michaela fully blamed the volunteer and asked her not to go to the hospital. The volunteer did agree to forego treatment until her hand became infected. Michaela was furious with the volunteer because she did not have a permit for the bobcat and was scared that she would be euthanized. She told the volunteer that if she had to go to the hospital, to just lie and say her own cat bit her. Michaela stated to this volunteer that she had been bit by worse animals and hadn't gone to the doctor. She also stated that she did not have sympathy for the injury because she was still grieving the death of her fox, Farah, a year prior. The volunteer's hand swelled up immensely and she had to seek treatment. Michaela then banned the volunteer from the rescue permanently. The volunteer had been the sole caretaker for Loki and Todd as they were not on Michaela's property. She covered the cost of their food, fed them daily, no matter the weather, brought them enrichment and play equipment, as well as cleaned up after them and played with them. She was then suddenly never allowed to see those foxes again. This is when I decided I would no longer support this rescue. I continued to follow, and I've been keeping an album on my phone of evidence against the rescue. I'll be using this space to discuss it and be a safe space for discussions against Michaela. When I've commented on her posts in the past, I've always been attacked by her followers. I hope to find more people to have open discussions about this and what can be done. Also, I'll be posting screenshots of the proof that I have so far, and this includes texts between Michaela and the volunteer and pictures of the injuries. Okay, so this person has reason to believe that there is a legitimate case to be made against Michaela. I don't know if this ultimately ended up being true. Provides evidence and then cites a reason why they're making the snark as opposed to citing it on Michaela's original subreddit. So from this person's perspective on the time, I don't really think there's a whole lot wrong with this. Where is Dakota the Coyote? Dakota hasn't been posted about since 2021, and I know he went missing from her property twice. She hasn't posted about him once, except for random replies to comments stating that he can't be posted because the neighbor hates him. As far as I can tell, his enclosure's been taken down, so where could he be? She's had many animals die on the road in front of her house. Okay, they link evidence here. I can't access the original. This person is literally speculating based on reasoning about evidence available to them. Animals have allegedly died in front of this person's house, hit by cars on the road, and this animal has been missing since 2021 for the last 3 years, and the explanation doesn't make a whole lot of sense. There is nothing wrong with this speculation. There is nothing wrong with speculating like this. They have not stated anything. They have not stated what happened factually. They're literally asking. Additionally, criticisms have been made about the rescue organization breeding and selling pups. Ethical issues at the rescue. A rescue's fundamental ethical obligation is to help animals in need, often those that have been abused, neglected, or abandoned. Breeding animals within such an organization contradicts this mission by creating more animals that could potentially end up in similar situations instead of alleviating suffering. Breeding can perpetuate it by increasing the population of animals that may face uncertain futures. Okay, so if she was actually breeding these animals, I'm not super into this or whatever, but like, these are wild animals ultimately, right? And if they're born in captivity, they're gonna have a very hard time readapting to the wild, correct? Unless you're training them to go, but apparently, allegedly, she had been selling them. I don't think this is like bad criticism for what they believed at that point in time. But this is a ChatGPT message. But yeah, that's not like a bad criticism. That's not even a personal attack on her character. The subreddit accused Michaela of selling Ruby's fur because Michaela was selling Ruby's shed in little jars. Okay, so she was selling there's nothing untrue about that statement, right? The kicking one, I don't know. If she was just tapping it with her foot, that's obviously not kicking. So that's an exaggeration. But the fur part is just true. Michaela became aware of this subreddit sometime in the past 2 months. The official Save a Fox Rescue Reddit account was seen multiple times since April, attempting to defend the rescue against her detractors. Since all the rescue animals are immediately spayed and neutered upon arrival, I am assuming you are referring to jackals. Those are personal pets. Contrary to popular opinion, I'm allowed to have pets. The parents are now fixed, and the babies were adopted out and have gone to reputable zoos and zoos and educational facilities. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine then, right? If that's true, that's fine. They're extremely uncommon here in the U.S. and are great for African education programs. I donated them and made exactly $0. As far as people complaining that they are posted on rescue pages, their videos frequently go viral, and viral videos raise a lot of money for the rescue. If that makes me a bad person, not sure what to tell you. We picked up shed fur from the ground and sold it to raise funds for the rescue. Shame. If you don't want to deal with the public, then maybe just stick to OnlyFans. Okay. To put it into perspective for you, right? That is a mean comment. I have said so much fucking worse to Hellbent. So much worse. Okay? I've said so much worse to Hellbent. Said so much worse to Texty. Nobody takes issue with that. Nobody takes issue with that. Now, I'm sure if one of these people ended up dying afterwards, I would be blamed. Even though that wouldn't really be fair, right? But the outcome should have no bearing on your moral culpability for the initial action if you would not reasonably suspect that your initial action would lead to said outcome. This subreddit was tiny. There were only 19 posts and 91 comments made over the 19 posts, dude. 19 posts. In the grand like scheme of things, when it comes to YouTube criticism, we've seen like one personal insult, okay, and then like criticism, whether based off of false premises that these people had falsely believed at the time, or correct premises, criticism that wasn't really like attacking her that much personally. Okay, 19 comments. If somebody was to, or if somebody ending their own life as a result of this, if that's truly what happened, which I don't think it is, that is a horrible thing. But it is ultimately their decision and unfortunately on them, right? This is like the bare minimum of what you expect to deal with by being a public content creator. And it's unfortunate, but it exists in the space. It's not a secret. You have like people that speculate about you, shitty fucking people. And yeah, I mean, if like I highly doubt that this subreddit is what led to her unfortunate end. She had Kiwi Farms, lolcow farm thread. She had a fucking Kiwi Farms thread. Yeah, I think that would probably be. I think that would probably be like way more. So it seems like there's like multiple. Apparently, there's harassment from fellow sanctuaries, people she knows, the Reddit, where all the criticism seems to be pretty impersonal, right? And the people doing it at the time seem well-intentioned, minus the person who gave this insult. All of the other shit on the subreddit seems well-intentioned. They're worried about the welfare of staff and animals at the facility. Even if they are misguided and are believing incorrect information, it seems well-intentioned. So there are several people that were apparently saying or it was very vague. We don't know who was doing what, but the entire internet has now decided to blame one person. So let's check this out. Hold on. Okay, typically I don't show people's docs, but this person's name is all over the internet at this, like, publicly, so I'm just gonna say it. Meet, Levi Teddy, a leftist troll who spends endless hours harassing females. Levi Teddy likes to dress up as so this person is transgender. Likes to dress up as a lady online and make video games. Goes by the handle Kazio Lion. Left to Blue Sky to continue with the crazy ideology. Uses X handle Kazio Lion on all sites. This is the man who harassed Michaela daily on Reddit. So this, I feel like this person might have an ulterior motive here. Okay. Like I'm wondering, why is everyone focusing on this person in particular? This person's 21, and as far as I know, their previous comments were made like 2 years ago, right? So why is everyone focusing on this one person? Well, this person probably has some kind of political motive. Let's just be honest. The person they're talking about is transgender. I just want to make sure I'm not pulling up the wrong shit. How do you look at the fact you caused someone to take their life and immediately turn it into victimizing yourself? Absolute garbage human being. You act like I went to Michaela's house, sliced her open, and left her to... Okay, that's a very horrible thing to write out. All I did was put together a few sources pointing out some things she did wrong. I had no hand in bullying of any kind. Even if I did, you're no better for calling me slurs, telling me you're going to dox me, and sending me instructions on how to kill myself. You ask if I'm proud of myself. If I killed myself with the guides you sent me, would you be proud of yourself? Get real. So the whole internet is going in on this one person, and my understanding is what they posted was just like criticism. Whether that criticism was incorrect or not, like the criticism could have been made an error, but ultimately criticism, which is like something half the fucking internet is guilty of. But yes, this person is 21 years old, okay? And the entire internet is incorrectly blaming them for killing someone. That is, in my opinion, you would have a far more likely expectation that joining in on this dog pile against a non-public figure who's this young, like, you would have a far greater expectation that this could lead to them taking their life than like a subreddit with 19 posts made about a big YouTuber, right? Oh, but kids will be kids. I don't give a fuck about that statement when a kid bullies someone to the point they kill themselves. Where are we getting it from that this person is the cause? Unacceptable. If I were their parent, I'd be very disappointed and disgusted. So this is their response. Several years ago, I wrote an informational post explaining why a prominent figure in the animal rescue community is not the saint people think she is. Now I alone am being blamed for her suicide. Yeah, this person had fucking allegedly had Kiwi Farms threads on them. Why is this the person taking the brunt of the criticism? A video dropped today announced, by the way, in the last 24 hours, this person has had their full name leaked, all their social media, been called a pedophile, a zoophile, with no evidence, and been blamed for killing someone. My notices have been overflowing with her meat riders. People have obsessively brigaded my posts and comments on various subs. You people are calling me slurs, threatening to dox me, and telling me to kill myself as well. And somehow you are the good guys. I bet if I was to actually kill myself, you'd be very quiet. If this person actually takes their life as a result of this, you would have far greater reason, or far greater what's the word I'm looking for? There would be far more credence to blaming the people posting about them than the post about Michaela. You probably won't believe me when I say this, but I was never a part of the SAF Snark subreddit. I didn't even know it existed before today. Since the initial announcement, over 40 people, yes, over 40 of them, have wished various things like bankruptcy and homelessness on me and telling me to go rope myself and do what she did, among other graphic instructions to suicide. One person told me to create mustard gas, as if they're any better. This just in, you're not. However bad you think I am, you're only proving yourself to be worse, which is true. Another thing I've seen people pulling is the autism card. Newsflash. Autism does not give you impunity from animal abuse. I should know since I have it too. If Michaela cannot be blamed for her fox's easily preventable deaths, then I cannot be blamed. So if this person is just posting criticism, how the fuck are they to blame? When you are a public online content creator, posting media that is open to scrutiny. So everyone on Twitter is going after this person. If anyone has the original posts they made, please let me know. But there are people, thousands, telling this person to end their own life and just believes this person killed them. Hit tweet, so the last guy felt the need to make half the criticism about the fact that this person is transgender. This person is like celebrating that they got 5,000 likes on a post relating to someone's suicide. These people are literally what they're accusing this person of being. They're joining in on this overwhelming online bandwagon with little to no credence behind their grievances, right? If this person was to actually end up taking their life, these people would be far more culpable than the people in the Snark subreddit would be for Michaela's death. But Milo had to be put down today. Went to Fur Farm, picked up some new rescues. Really emotionally tolling day. Really sucks. Who can weld something very specific? I need a backpack / cage. They don't exist, so I can ride my horse to the lake and bring Atlas. The cage must be of metal construction, not too heavy, obviously. Something a mink cannot escape and cannot chew through. Not too uncomfortable, please. Sandfox, where did he come from? A breeder, he's my personal pet. Ethan got him for me, but just because I rescue animals doesn't mean I'm against purchasing them. I run a rescue, but I also have personal pets that are not affiliated with the rescue that I bought. 95% of the animals I care for are rescues. I do not purchase species that is in high demand of rescue, like a red or Arctic fox, for example. I do not support bad breeders. I care where my animals come from. Fozzie came from Treetop Exotics, and all her animals are very loved and are kept in immaculate conditions. Considering we adopt our exotic animals, it would be pretty biased to say I'm against the exotic pet trade. Seeing we adopt out exotic animals, it would be pretty biased to say I'm against the exotic pet trade. I believe it needs to be more regulated, which is why we have very strict adoption protocols. Anything besides a dog or cat is an exotic animal. A parakeet, a bearded dragon, or a gecko, even a fish. Everything I work with has been bred in captivity for many generations, so they aren't wild animals anymore. If you're living in the mindset that all zoo animals should be released into the wild, then you don't know the reality of today's world. The wildlife population has diminished by 70% in the last 50 years because humans are taking away their land and resources. At this rate, eventually these animals... Oh, wait. Can someone please tell her raising... Okay, so I'm assuming that this is the person's original post. This is what I was looking for. Confirmation her fennec fox is just a pet. She laments it in a later post that he cannot be introduced to the other foxes because he's a desert fox, and instead lets him play with her domestic cats. I forget how much of a headache this woman gives me. Can someone please tell her that raising in captivity isn't your damn backyard, and there's a difference between you shouldn't just buy pet exotics that cannot be accurately cared for, and I think all zoos should just open their gates. I won't pretend the post isn't worded manipulatively. The way she writes, so they are not considered wild animals anymore, is once again tricking people with the distinctions between wild, domesticated, tame, and feral. Yes, a fox raised by hand is going to be tame. It won't be as afraid of humans. It is more likely to get itself into danger and just piss everywhere and whatnot, but it is not domesticated, and saying they are not wild animals anymore about her fennec is a trick. People think she... Okay, so this all just looks like criticism of her wording and criticism of her beliefs about adoption, breeding, etc., etc. I'm assuming this is from the person everyone is blaming. Oh, wait, no, I actually might not be. There are multiple posts here. Hold on, I got sent something else. Hold on, I'm gonna have someone who's more knowledgeable about the animal trade call in and explain this to me, but in the meantime, I gotta piss really quick. So give me 1 second here. We're gonna get to the bottom of this, I promise. Hold on, I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back, sorry. Dead air, going to watch... I was gone for like 2 minutes, man. Calm the fuck down. I was dead air for... Yeah, I'm a human being. Alright? I don't know if you want my fucking bladder to burst. Or whatever. Let me see if this guy's gonna pick up. Because I want to talk to him about this a little bit. Hold on. Why didn't you let us hear you pee? All right. Anyways, let me look at this other post because he's not picking up right now. Ethan bought me these beautiful animals a couple years ago. I haven't shared much of them anywhere else because it's nice having animals without worrying about the pressure to make videos of them. I get to actually enjoy every moment with them. Anyways, I'm telling you this because today is a special day. They had their first litter of pups that I am bottle raising. I am overjoyed. I will eventually share them publicly. I can't wait to show everyone their habitat enclosure in Florida, but I thought you guys should be the first to see them. I've been raising 4 jackal pups from day 1 the last 6 days, feeding them every 2 hours, everything from tube feeding, stimulating them to go to the bathroom, SQ fluids and enemas. Exhausted is an understatement. They sometimes have taken me 3 hours in one sitting to care for. Newborns are so delicate, and one wrong move, I could kill them. I'm stressed and sleep deprived, but today I'm going on my first vacation in years, so they've left to go to one of my wildlife rehabber friends until I get back. Please give me some good inspiration to take hot photos while I'm away in the tropics because I've had an extremely difficult week. To top it off, my primary animal care employee happened to be on vacation. So my sincere apologies for not ever having time to get to my DMs. Please understand how busy I am, but I promise I'll try. So she's noting here that our animals, the animals she's keeping die easily, right? And one of the speculative comments on the Snark subreddit was just noting that an animal had not been seen in 3 years and speculating or implying that it could have died, right? So there seems to be legitimate criticism against her practices, right? If you don't like the exotic pet trade, if you have questions about how she's treating the animals, these are all legitimate criticisms to make against somebody. And if somebody is opening the world to what they do, they are open to that criticism. So can somebody please explain to me why criticizing this and giving valid reasons would result in the justification of blaming some random 21-year-old for someone's death, doxing them, bombarding them, etc., etc. Like, I don't get it. This seems to be unethical. There seems to be valid criticism. If there is valid criticism to make against somebody, you can make it. You should not have to worry when giving criticism online that the person behind the screen is going to take their life as a result of that, because that is an unreasonable expectation. And if it happens, because it is an unreasonable expectation, if it does actually happen, you are not at fault. Now, it is another story when we're talking about, good case would be the Michelle Carter case, right? She's talking to her boyfriend, Conrad Roy. Conrad had been suicidal, and Michelle, at one point, Conrad was killing himself, texting Michelle, and at one point he got out of his car because he had changed his mind, and Michelle told him to get back in the car and do it and take his life. Now, she knows that he is suicidal. She knows he has a history of depression, and she knows that he's actively in that moment contemplating suicide. So she could reasonably expect that she, someone who's influential and he cares about, trying to goad him into taking his own life, would lead to his death, right? So when her initial actions bring that reasonable expectation, which would make her original actions morally wrong. It doesn't matter what happened afterwards. What matters is, what did the person perpetrating the action, what could they have reasonably believed would happen at the time? She was harassed on Facebook by fundamental Christians when they found out she had an OnlyFans. Okay, so did she actually have an OnlyFans? Did she actually have an OnlyFans? Good stream so far, man. However, you got the wrong docs with KZ. I don't really have interest in pulling up this person's docs. Okay, so then that makes the comment from the Snark, like, less mean. You're referencing a previous activity she's engaged in. Okay, so let me get this fucking straight. Let me just get this straight, okay? There are multiple groups that are giving criticism against this person from multiple different places, and then there are also multiple groups that may or may not be outright harassing her, whether that be on Kiwi Farms or fundamentalist Christians on Facebook. But the Snark Reddit, seems to just be criticism as opposed to attacks on her character, with the exception of that one comment referencing the fact that she previously used to do OnlyFans. These people were genuinely concerned about the welfare of her animals and her employees. So why are these the people being singled out and blamed? Because if you were blaming this random 21-year-old for being a killer, we need to start prosecuting anyone who criticizes anyone else online for attempted murder. That's just what happened, because we all now see the consequence of what happened, but this person would not have seen that at the time and wouldn't reasonably expect it to happen at the time when making criticism against this person. Hold on, I'm gonna try to see it. Yo, you're on stream. Are you okay with that?
Nah, dude, that's not okay.
Okay, so you're like an animal guy, right? I know you, that's like your autistic hyperfixation.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so what is your understanding of the criticism against Michaela Rain's practices?
Yeah, so with the Save a Fox person, I read most of that like weird Tumblr like blog thing, and I asked around like some people I knew like 6 years ago who've like been into this shit. From what I understand, the criticism is mostly just like calling this person a general animal hoarder, which is like when you hear animal hoarder like around these parts, it generally means like taking in more animals than you can like adequately care for.
Well, and that
Yeah.
seems to be implied by the post she's making here.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if you look at that Tumblr, like, you can see, oh, she's struggling to like have enough money to feed the animals, and she's taking in more animals and more animals, and these aren't just rescues either. Like, one of the bigger things is like, yeah, she has the foxes, which is like part of the rescue, but she also has like these own personal pets, like these jackals. Like, there's that OnlyFans post of her being like, yeah, I'm like hand raising these baby jackals. That she bred those.
Wait.
So like she's taking on more animals that aren't rescues. These are her own personal pets.
Yeah,
and then also raising.
I'm just realizing that this site that I'm reading the post off of is OnlyFans. I should have seen the URL.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the UI or the layout of it. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Oh, another criticism of her, which it's not really like, I don't know if this one's really that much of a big deal. But people kind of think it's weird that like she poses with the foxes in like lingerie, and then posts that on OnlyFans. I don't care, but that's like another thing people say.
Yeah,
mainly the animal welfare is like
but why
the one
are
that
you,
like actually matters.
Is it like common practice to post about like your jackal pups on like OnlyFans and stuff, like or is like OnlyFans?
Well,
I don't know.
No, I mean the way I interpret it is like her trying to raise money, right, for her interests. But like I said, these jackals aren't part of the rescue. The jackals are her own personal exotic pets.
And she
So,
got
like,
she got
there's-
4 of them.
So from what I understand, her husband got her a pair, and then she bred them, and then that pair gave birth to 4 babies. And then what she did was, which is like people who like know shit about jackals and are like in like the exotic space, they really don't like this. She seemingly took the pups away from her mother pretty much as soon as they were born, and decided to hand raise them. And like you'll see like her say like, oh yeah, like if I make one mistake they'll die, and it's like, yeah, it's because the mother's supposed to raise them.
Well, I know.
This
Sorry, I know for dogs, you have to leave the pups with the mom for 2 weeks. And dogs are domesticated, so I don't know if the same applies to, or would it even be worse for wild animals?
It's like, it's pretty fucked up with jackals, because from what I understand, like with dogs, like we understand them like pretty much inside and out, but with jackals, like there's not like formulas you can like buy on the shelf to like hand raise a fucking jackal, right? Like this is like, she's kind of just like going by feel when the mother is healthy and can literally raise them instead.
She has a biological
jackals
instinct.
are like, yeah, and jackals are like high. From what I understand, I'm not a fucking jackal expert. This is just like shit like I read on Wikipedia. but jackals are like pretty like it's pretty important with their social like hierarchies to like be raised by their mothers because from what I understand they're like monogamous like social fucking creatures. So the point of her taking them away and hand raising them would be to like have them imprint on her so that they would be better pets.
Yeah. Okay.
Which,
yeah. So
I mean,
Jack.
when you're domesticating, if you're domesticating something or doing shit like that, I mean, it happened at some point in like all domestic animals. But if you're gonna call yourself like an exotic animal, like fucking, like if you're gonna make yourself out to be a point of authority and say like, oh yeah, like I'm an educator, you're gonna get criticized by other educators and other enthusiasts when you're doing shit that like they see as harmful to the animal. Because like you can't just put that jackal back with like the pack afterward, right? This is like a human raised animal.
Yeah. Yep. So there just seems to be legitimate criticism here. And I don't really understand how anyone's
she was a highly criticizable person. A lot of people you'll see like I've been seeing a couple posts by like people who like do wildlife rehab and like other people who've worked with animals. And like the general consensus is like most people on YouTube who are doing this are pretty bad because the truth is like animal rehab just isn't really that interesting unless like you're gonna like so it doesn't really work on YouTube unless you kind of break a few rules and do some unethical stuff. And she did do that. She was completely deserving of all the criticism she got.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's pretty. I think the story was kind of hijacked by all like the anti-snark kind of thing going on right now, where it's like we're gonna blame Reddit for killing people.
Yeah, I'm gonna
like,
get into that. All right. Well, I appreciate
it's really weird.
Appreciate your call in. That is our in-house animal expert, Alex Gekmo. Thanks,
yeah, of
buddy.
course.
Take care. All right. Okay. So here are the facts. As I said before, we know that there were multiple groups bringing various types of criticism against her. The Snark subreddit in particular was criticizing specific practices that they believed she had been engaging in, and they provided sources for what their basis for believing that, even if it didn't turn out to be true. They genuinely believed it to be at the time, which kind of like that attests to how like that's believing some basis for your criticism is true, and just lying about it obviously like is what differentiates like harassment from genuine criticism. And we know she has a history of mental illness. She has borderline personality disorder, right? With that information in mind, yeah, it's obviously very unfair to go and blame like a Snark subreddit giving criticism against her for her taking her life. But one person hears, and by the way, the criticisms against Michaela, she's gone now. I am not bringing these things up for the sake of criticizing her. I'm bringing these things up to assess if the criticism that was initially against her that is now being called into question was genuine. Okay, she's not alive to defend herself against it, but I am looking at whether or not at the time the people making this criticism reasonably expected it to be correct. So, with that being said, somebody else decides to jump in. Where is it? So this actually was posted by Augie. Somebody else decides to jump in. A person who conveniently has weaponized the suicide of someone else to go against the people he doesn't like in the past, as in the case of Etika. So Ethan of H3H3 Productions chimes in and says, I've said since the beginning, it feels like they want me to kill myself. This is their goal, unironically. In light of the devastating news... Wait, hold on. I need to make this smaller. In light of the devastating news about Michaela Raines, I felt compelled to say something. The heartbreaking reality Ethan has been warning us about. Wait, okay, Augie's been tweeting this out. Anyone telling me too soon is just the same as telling victims of gun violence too soon. It is always the right time. You just don't want to hear it because it indicts you. This guy is out of his fucking mind, man. He's either like, this is either like the most like bad taste, fucking narcissistic, self-centered shit I've ever seen, right? And this is the second time he's done something like this, or he's out of his fucking mind. Her suicide, based on the information we have available, was irrational, and the people giving her criticism didn't have reasonable basis to believe it would lead to her taking her own life, and are therefore not morally culpable, right? So to jump on the bandwagon and like ultimately you'd have to say that like you're a victim for getting criticism online because that's what happened to her, right? And if you don't want criticism online, and criticism is a hard thing to deal with online. Okay, I get that. And especially for someone who's suffering from, borderline personality disorder, in her case. But criticism is a tough thing to get online, and that's okay if you can't deal with it. Just get off the internet and pursue another hobby. But this is like insane, okay? Yes, people have actually harassed Ethan to some extent. Yes, I absolutely. In her case, it seemed to just more about be criticism against her. But to act like your situations are comparable is absurd. All right, so we have those two posts. And then I also have been sent this. Click search. Okay, I'm not going to make this mistake again where we pull up an archive of someone's Reddit. Okay, this is the post. This is the post from the this is the post from KZO Lion that these are the posts that supposedly contributed to this person's death and are being used now to justify the harassment and doxing of this KZO Lion person. Something she has done: buying from fur farmers, not actually rescuing them, letting a fox die from heat stroke, foxes getting seriously injured on fences and other parts of enclosures, paying her staff in cat food and not in money, stealing animals, possibly doing drugs, using animals for financial gain, letting the foxes around dogs and babies/very young children, inhumanely keeping animals alive when they have deformities, preventing them from having a good quality of life, claiming to need money for the foxes' food, then using that money to buy more foxes, taking baby animals from their parents to try to bottle feed/hand rear them without the proper knowledge on how to do it right when the parents are right there. Let's look at this. She was a red fox with a color morph called Sapphire. She was bred at a fur farm for her color. Only problem is that Sapphire gene is a weak gene and often has devastating consequences for the foxes, even if they inherit Sapphire from both sides. The fur farmer gave her to save a fox because they were too small to be of use for her pelt. Okay. So I don't know if they're providing proof in this case. Great. Well, now I'm doxxed. I should not keep my personal email. This is like the third time I've done this. Awesome. It's so cool. Yeah, this is like the 4,000th time this has happened. What foxes has Save a Fox stolen? I'm appalled to see the fox she got recently. I've stolen foxes from bad situations before. We just got to break in and take them when they're not home. Okay, so even if this is doctored, this person believes it's true, so that's evidence for claim 2. Okay, it looks, and then for that last claim about the bottle feeding part, we've seen evidence that that's true as well. So it looks like this person has reasonable basis to believe their criticism is true. Save a Fox is a hoarder, not a rescue. Save a Fox is a hoarder, not a rescue. So we have 3 posts from 2 years ago that were intentioned because this person is genuinely concerned for the welfare of the animals under this person's care. And somehow, as a result of this, this person is responsible 2 years down the line for Michaela's death, despite allegedly Michaela having a Kiwi Farms thread about her, despite Michaela having several people that were criticizing her, right? So Twitter has now just like singled out this one person at the age of 21 who's a nobody. Like, you are literally what you're accusing this person of being. You're doxing them, threatening their life, etc., because they gave someone genuine criticism 2 years ago, and that person ended up tragically passing 2 years later, and you're looking for someone to blame. Absolutely heartbreaking. The Snark subreddit is already private, and the mods' accounts erased. This is a subreddit, allegedly, by the way, with 19 posts. Mike from PA, a few months ago, sharing his intention for me to kill myself. He's also a moderator of the Twitter group, alongside the gentleman that said he wanted to brutally murder my children. Meanwhile, Mike and the people like him are the ones accusing me of making it about myself. It is their stated goal to harass me until suicide and gaslight any cries for help or appeals to humanity. Yeah, I mean, this is like a bad tweet, right? This is a bad tweet. But this is like, at a content creator at Ethan's size, like a comment like this is absolutely nothing. I couldn't count how many like KYS like comments I've gotten, like, since I've been online. When I was a kid, by the way. And it's like, this is fucked. But unfortunately, when you're at Ethan's size, this is the kind of shit you put up with. And if you're not ready to put up with it, it's probably time to find a new occupation. Remember, they sent me 2 human skulls, and then, who is they? And then said I sent it to myself. Attack, then gaslight. The goal has always been to provoke until suicide. Pick unrelated. This is coming from the guy. Who literally said his goal is to harass me and Ethan to the point of leaving the internet. I did not literally say that. I said you guys should leave the internet after being totally disgraced financially and reputationally as a result of your own action. Okay, so you did say that. Anissa, you participated in the CPS lie, and Ian justified it. What lie? You guys participate in Snark. You've shouted them out and used posts from there. You were an evil snark brain loser. I'm defending myself against scumbags like you, crybully. It's been months. At what point will he stop engaging with all of this? Never. And everyone's gonna like pretend this is a totally normal way to engage with negative publicity online. I mean, just fucking crazy stuff, man. Ethan has a right to defend him. So true, man. So fucking true. Well, that's that. I have some other stuff I want to cover when we're done with this. Hold on. Apparently, more leaks of Boblax's gay excursion, along with the guy he went along with, have come out. There have been new revelations about that. We have some allegations of on-stream sexual harassment, a online polycule gone wrong, and maybe something else. I don't remember. But yeah, we've hit the. Listen. I know I already took a 2-minute break to go piss. That doesn't count as my halftime show. So, I'm gonna have a cigarette. I'll be back in like 7 minutes, and we will get to all of that here in a moment. Stay tuned, folks. You're not gonna want to miss what's coming up. And all right, we'll be back here. 7 minutes. Stay tuned. Open something else in another tab. Leave. Holocaust era. Why there is such a strong link. But why am I being blocked? What did I do wrong here? Like, holy fuck. But anyways, back on topic. So Aristocracy is one of these streamers that's just like said some really stupid shit. By the way, folks, as always, we're 4 donos away from goal. Help us hit goal. Help me justify this to my family who thinks I'm a failure and streaming isn't a real. Okay, they don't actually think that, but shill up, and if you can't, make sure to clip like hell, post in the community, like up, sub up.
The joke that I heard Friday night.
JN Jewish neurosis on display. Okay, I disavow that. I will say, right, the basis there is, yes, there does seem to be some sort of like predisposition for anxiety within the Jewish community, and that's probably rooted in like a history of persecution and what you're taught growing up, etc., etc. And I guess that's called Jewish neurosis or whatever the fuck. I don't know if that's the best term. But the trend, I'll tell you, it's real. Okay, there is a real trend of this like crazy anxiety. And honestly, I think that's what like most of the support, because people who are taught from like childhood that like everyone wants to persecute us. This is the only state where we can be safe. So I think that's why there's like such a strong link. This was especially in the post-Holocaust era, why there is such a strong link. Like Jews have a need to defend Israel or whatever the fuck. I don't think that's valid, to be clear. And I don't think that gives you an excuse to like support the insane shit that Israel does. But
the joke that I heard Friday night was they were so grateful that their neighbor, their Jewish neighbor, was not a Zionist, because otherwise they would be trying to steal their water and their land. Everyone laughed at that. Mentioned literally Jewish neighbor. So yeah. Do you know what it was like to watch hostages, friends of my?
Okay, so yes, Jews are overwhelmingly Zionist, right? So I think it is wrong if you're just going to assume that because someone is Jewish, they're a Zionist. But I don't think you're anti-Semitic for it. You're just generalizing, and that generalization is like based in like overwhelming statistical data. Albeit, I will say this about like claims by like the ADL that 90% of Jews are Zionists. I don't think that's true. The reason being, who's defined as Jewish is like super convenient for Zionists, right? When it comes to the law of return in Israel, just so that those of you that know, Judaism is an ethnicity and a religion, right? It's an ethno-religion. But when it comes to the law of return to get citizenship into Israel, they define you as Jewish if you're ethnically Jewish. If some of your grandparents, if your mother if your mother is an ethnic Jew or whatever, right? I'm pretty sure you're welcome under the law of return, regardless of if you're an atheist or not. But then, when it comes to the state of Israel, I'll notice on Twitter when like a Jew comes out with an anti-Zionist position, people will be like, they're not actually Jewish. You have to be Zionist to be Jewish. So on one hand, it's like it's a immutable ethnicity, and then on the other, your political position to some, especially Zionists, determines if you're Jewish or not. They like to kind of selectively use this. isn't at Aiden Underground, isn't that technically Zionism at the moment? Because anyone who doesn't want Israel wiped out is called a Zionist. I think Zionism has like more of a, like, the initial formal usage was the establishment of an Israeli of a Jewish state in the Levant, but now it's kind of evolved into people with a certain political orientation or leaning on this issue. So there's a new colloquial usage, but typically if somebody's outright identifying themselves as a Zionist, they have like some pretty abhorrent beliefs. I don't think that there should be a Jewish ethno state in the Levant. No. I think that's like not a great thing to believe or want.
Family members and stuff on videos like around.
Law of return doesn't stipulate matrilineal ethnicity can be through the father. Okay, got it. So that's even more, adding more credence to my point, right? You can be granted return on an ethnic basis, regardless of. That's actually also no. Wait, that's not true. That's not true, because you could be a Jewish atheist and be accepted under the law of return. But there was a case with a ethnic Jew that became a priest or something in the Catholic Church from Poland that tried to return to Israel, and then the courts didn't consider him Jewish. But okay, it's a little weird how they do it. That's what I said
AIDS
again.
gang represent,
it's an ethnicity.
okay?
It's an ethnicity whether or not it's convenient. I'm gonna create peace for you all. Augie and Connor are gay. Nick is fat. Tommy and Boblax are crippled. Chud is balding. Queeman is a pedophile. Parry is a pedophile. Ethan and Hassan competing. Who's a better terrorist? And Aiden, you are a eunuch. World's so true, man. So true. Appreciate the $3. You want it wiped out? No, I don't. When you say wiped out, like bombed or whatever, like just have it completely bombed off the map? No. Do I want the massive amounts of civilians to die or any to die? No. I just want the dissolution of the state. In theory, right? I agree pragmatically that would be disastrous to happen overnight. I think like a two-state solution would be a good transitionary phase where we could minimize the civilian death toll, and then theoretically a secular state existing in the Levant would be the ideal outcome. I know that's not happening right now, though.
Being stored in areas with bags that have labels on organizations I'd raised money for. That's gonna...
Small amounts of... No, I don't want small amounts of civilians to die at all. I don't want any civilians to die. If there's military action involved, you're always going to have civilian... if it's like a full-blown military operation, you're probably always going to have some civilians that die. But ideally, if I could snap my fingers, it would be none.
That fucked with me, so... And, but I need to get out. I need to get out of my situation. It's not good. It's really bad, you know? So I don't have much of a choice. And I can't... People are like... Oh.
Okay, so this fucking stupid bitch is saying that the neighbor... Somebody made a joke that their neighbor... If their neighbor was a Zionist, they would be stealing from them or something. Okay, so if the joke precipitate... Because they know this person's Jewish, according to aristocracy, they even mentioned it. So now that if the person is a Zionist, they'd be stealing from them, but they're glad that they're not, then the trait that leads to them believing that theft will occur is the trait of Zionism, a political position, not their Judaism. Right? They're glad that their neighbor is there. Their neighbor is a Jew. So the determinant factor is the Zionist political position.
Like leave Canada. It's like, where do you want me to go? My other options, like, first of all, I can't go to America. So the only other option really be like is moving to Israel. And
how would you be more safe? The argument is Israel's the only safe place for Jews, yet simultaneously, I see posts all the time. Israel is being destroyed by rockets. We're under rocket fire. We're unsafe. This is why the continued military action in Gaza needs to happen with no like quantified or achievable goal, just like civilians dying every day. We need this to happen because we're unsafe otherwise. How is Israel your safe solution here? If anything, Israel seems like the most unsafe place on earth to live as a Jewish person. To live as a Jewish person by virtue of the fact you're Jewish. Now, if you're living in like some like famine ravaged country, like yeah, you'll be unsafe. But I'm saying like unsafe because you're Jewish, not. Hold on. What am I saying here? Obviously, she should flee to America, the true promised land of God. True.
while that's tempting, I don't know if I want to go without my parents, right? And my parents might come, to be honest. My parents just had almost pogrom in their neighborhood 2 weeks ago. And,
Folks,
and my
I'm
mom
back.
had...
Thank you for bearing with me. We've got some more stuff to cover. We're going to be going here for a few hours, so get comfortable. All right. Oh, neighbor's banging on the wall again. No problem. This stream fucks. Thanks, man. So, while we're here, I thought I'll start this by saying there are many genuine criticisms to be made against me, and there are many mistakes I've made in the past that I'm not proud of, and I'll make many more. I have been not fair to certain people, and I've reached out to one of these, or not one, I've reached out to it's one I can remember, but I've reached out, I talked about it with High Tree or whatever, I genuinely fucked that guy over, and I reached out to him and apologized and tried to make it right, and he was cool, we're cool now. But there are, real criticisms to be made against me, and there are cases where I fuck people over. But recently there's been some drama that everyone's been bringing up in my Discord, and it involves nobody, but I'll bring it up anyway, because, it's a low content day. I've had somebody that has been a fan of mine for quite a long time, probably several years at this point. We haven't really been friends or communicated very much in private. We've communicated in a few instances. One of these, the last instance I think I communicated with this person in private was they were making some depressed posts in my server, and I was a little concerned, so I reached out in private to make sure everything was okay. But recently, this person, for whatever reason, left my server. Where is it? Hold on. Hold on. So this person left my server, and then I guess they took the time, and I'm only revealing this message because they've kind of made it they've referenced it, right? Hold on, let me just make sure I'm not showing people's DMs. Here from Chud. Thank you for coming, guys. Hold on. They've messaged... We're going to get into Bobby Tent here in a minute. So, this is their last message to me. Let me blow this up a little bit. And I'm only referencing this because... Okay. Hey, Aiden, I just want to tell you that you didn't... This is after they left my server, and people were jokingly saying, blaming me for it. What'd you do, man? Hey, Aiden, I just wanted to tell you that you didn't do anything wrong that made me leave the server. I just felt it was time that I tried my best to influence and give you a different perspective the best I can. You'll always be my favorite streamer. You never know. I might just pop back in one day. Anyway, take care of yourself, especially with these protests going on. Also, I never did properly. Thank you for reaching out to me when I was having my meltdown in April. Thank you for that, Aiden. It meant a lot to me. AG4L, God bless. So this person also occasionally, DMs me random Bible verses and stuff. I mean, I don't really know this person very well. I reached out to make sure they were okay, and that's that. So they left the server or whatever, and then they sent me that message, and I didn't respond. I'm notoriously bad at responding to DMs, okay? A good example, I had to send Jay Aubrey an apology the other day because he had DM'd me a job offer that I left unread for 11 months and just never responded to, okay? So I'm not good at it, but a DM like this, I don't really know I'm supposed to respond. But then what happens is, hold on. It's from a little bit ago. Okay, on the 24th. Did he delete the tweets? Maybe he took the tweets down. But he basically started tweeting about me. It was subtweeting me and then outright tweeting about me. So this is Ali Khan. Okay, so essentially, my Twitter community, which you can all join, is intention for posting clips and news relating to my streams and community. If your post gets hidden, it was probably just off topic and not intention for the community. He links some random stuff, which is what my Discord server is intended for, the one he left, and a moderator, who was not me, just hid the post because it wasn't on topic. That's whatever. So then he starts replying to random members of my community on unrelated tweets. I'm done. I'm not coming back. I've blocked Aiden. I'm done. Why, man? DM me. All right. I don't know what he DM'd Ali Khan there. And then it goes from that to... God, did anyone screenshot the... Oh, so he says, why, man? Because he gave his blessing to my post being hidden. Because I've tried to reach out to him when I left, and he ignored the DM I sent. Don't bother telling him any of this because he doesn't care. Remember, he only cares if he can use you. If you are useful to me, I will give you special treatment. Now, this is a real message, and this isn't a joke. Okay? If you are in my server and offer some use in terms of content or a service that you provide, I'm obviously going to be more reluctant to ban you for rule violations. Okay? Everyone does this. I'm just honest about it. Everyone does this. I'm just honest about it. If you are a greater asset, I'm not talking about being being friends with people. If you're like offering something to the community or the server, right? You're like a regular chatter, whatever. I'm probably not going to ban you. I'm not going to be as likely to ban you for being a shithead as I would from some like rando who joins. Okay? I'm honest about it. But he's like making me out to be like some kind of sociopath here or whatever the fuck. And then he tweets out, at the same time, sometimes God has to remove people from your life the hard way. I was never friends with, he's been a chatter. I love my chatters. I appreciate my chatters. I appreciate the people that uplift my streams and you know, but that's like the extent of the relationship. There's nothing more than that. There's nothing more than that. And I feel like this just like comes off as like very, someone has been led on to believe that some sort of relationship exists that isn't there. So, just because if I respond to some of your DMs, I'm nice to you, that doesn't mean I'm like in your life or like some good buds or whatever the fuck. I don't know what's going on, man. I really don't. But, yeah. Someone else hid their... This was over a post being hidden for being off topic by someone that wasn't me. $300 people are here. What the fuck? Huh? 300 people. Yo, if you're liking the streams, make sure to like, sub, help us hit goal, all that good shit. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of some more insider community drama that you guys probably don't care about. Let's get to the real topic. Oh, by the way, I forgot to read some donos. Let me just like read those real quick, and then we'll get to the main topic. Bobby B, he did find her, watched them for years, both of their videos and live streams. They seem like a lovely couple and good people. Okay, Bobby's talking about Michaela and her husband. GG's with the 5, caught a live stream, AG4L, thank you so much. Draftle, with the 2, check art and Discord, 2 bangers, trust, and Cats of Flocking with the biggest donor of the day, $20, AGP4L. The money's appreciated, the message is, okay, thank you, Cats of Flocking. I appreciate it. So what is an art? Okay, this looks nothing like me. That is not me. Okay, I don't know. Am I like holding some? What am I holding in my hands? Is that like the sun? And then I've been drawn to look like Yakub again. Once again, looks nothing like me. That is not me. Okay, that looks nothing like me. I'm not Yakub. I'm not Yakub. And crazy things happening in the Discord that you all should join. All right. Well, for those of you, oh, I'm gonna do the Chud thing where we just like transition from full screen to. For those of you that missed the coverage the other day, I was at VidCon and so was Boblox. Okay, Boblox went to VidCon while he sold his car so he could continue living in his house. He had told the group he was staying with to tell people if they asked that he was financially stable. Totally unprompted. And then we watched a stream where he had met up with some guy who really doesn't like Tipster, who walked around with him around the convention for an hour because Boblox had nobody else to hang out with. And it ended with the guy making Boblox feed him, and then he feeds Boblox. And it's very strange. There's a lot of sexual tension, but apparently new clips have come out. Why do you talk like you were missing teeth? I'm not. My teeth are just rotting. All right. I live off of candy and hate the dentist. Problem? All right, hold up. Hold up. So new clips have come out of Bobby at the con.
You know, went to some booths, got
being filmed by the... So, okay, so after the guy has fed him, let's just look at this clip one more time. Hold on. Let's look at the first clip, the clip that started all of this. I know you... That's a joke. I do brush. I just also happen to drink a lot of fucking coffee and smoke, so my teeth are yellow. Wait, hold on. I want to see the one of them feeding each other. Where's the clip where he, like, feeds him? Somebody link that shit. But this guy is, like, milking his meetup with Boblox. So he's released multiple shorts about their interaction, and it's ended with Boblox going back to his hotel room, or he's going back to Boblox's hotel room.
some good merch.
Yeah.
You know?
Nice. So word on the street is
This is like the one. Unironically, based on what I've seen, Boblox like looks like the normal one here. Like this makes me feel weirded out on Boblox's behalf, and you could kind of see Boblox is like uncomfortable, but has nowhere else to go.
you really like Pikmin a lot.
Yeah.
You like Pikmin.
Mm-hmm.
You like Pikmin, don't you? Don't you, princess? Why don't you give a look into the camera? Why don't you give a look into the camera, sugar tits? Dude, what is happening?
Did you go to the San Francisco store? Did you see all the Pikmin they had there?
No.
So, you know, I got something very special you might like. So close your eyes, put your hands out. So, okay.
What is that?
Alright, open them. Alright, unlock the coin.
Let's see what this is.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah?
It even has the date May 15th, 2025. And it's a little Pikmin thing. Is it open?
Yeah.
This is grooming. This is grooming in progress, okay? Officers to the Hilton. We've got a GIP in progress. Wait, that's redundant.
Okay, here you go.
Show it to the camera.
Yeah, here. It's like that,
And
and
then,
then
yeah.
like this.
Keep in mind, I don't even know if Boblox knew this guy that well before they met. Then there's a nice little video of them sharing a Coke together.
Hey everyone, my friend Boblox here from VidCon. So we're gonna grab our Cokes together and we're gonna toast.
Okay, it's a Mexican Coke. All right, good taste.
Nothing beats a Mexican Coke, folks.
Yep.
Isn't that right?
Yeah,
Nothing beats.
it's the best.
Oh my god. Like, comment, subscribe to Nick the Gaming Art and Boblox, guys.
Okay. Burrito. He meant to, okay, I guess he meant to type mukbang, but he typed Mekong instead.
And the only
Boblox.
Yeah. So we got some burritos here. Go ahead, pick up your burrito right now.
Good.
So I'm gonna pick up mine right now. Oh.
Look at the intensity of that bite, man. That's an intense bite.
He agreed agree to it because they paid for it.
The forced uncomfortable laugh. Oh my god, dude, this is so. I feel bad for Bobby. I unironically, I actually feel bad for Bobby. I feel really bad for him. Like somebody when Bobby's the like get Bobby out of there, man.
Oh my god.
Oh, and then the little mouth dude, he's like as he's like eating it. Look at him, dude. Look at him eat. Look how intensely he's eating it. He's like, Dude, what is happening, bro?
You think we can get as fat as Tipster? Yeah. I know we can.
And he's always talking about Tipster.
Now I know why Tipster's fat.
Yeah, I know. Hey.
These guys are both. Boblax is borderline homeless. According to some sources, this guy is actually homeless, living in his car. So like their lives are like in horrible positions, but at least Tipster sucks, guys.
Yeah. Hey Tipster, we were gonna get menudo, but we got burritos instead for you. Hey Tipster, you want some menudo?
This is like but this is like me. Like if I was like my life was in utter ruins. I was a lolcow and I was still ranting about how I was right about flamenco, guys.
I'll gladly buy some for you, but you'll probably be too big to enjoy it. So anyway, like, comment, subscribe.
Without a home, Aiden, at least say it properly, lol. Okay, a British person definitely typed that. Alright, listen here, you fucking redcoat. We say homeless here. We say homeless.
To Nick the Gaming Honor, and please check out
can you please say unhoused person instead? How about no? How about get enough money to get a
AIDS
fucking
gang
house?
represent, okay?
Yo, thank you so much for the very generous donation from the one, the only person whose name I'm about to see as soon as I pull Streamlabs up, because I never have it open. Navakva! Fun fact, what makes the taste of Mexican Coca-Cola different from the US is not the cane sugar exclusively, it's mostly the added salt. Good to know.
Boblax as well.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm popping. It's the one, the only. Alright, I'm popping. No. Alright, I'm popping. It's the one, the only.
Someone send me the eating one.
Hey guys, we got these coins, so let's put them close to the camera. Flip your side over. So he's got the...
Yeah, I got the Pikmin one.
He's got the Pikmin one.
What do you got?
Yeah, I got Animal Crossing.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. There was also a couple other ones that I couldn't get. So there was like Mario.
Do you check your subreddit? Important question. I'm more likely to check the Discord. I'm probably going to delete the subreddit. I have no mods. I haven't checked it in a minute. Maybe I'll change that. I'll see if anyone's actually using it. If they are, we might keep it around.
And you know, I think Link, they had Link, and they had a couple of others, Boblax, so I think you'd like seeing that.
Hell yeah, I'm glad I got the better franchise here.
I like Animal Crossing.
But Pikmin's too good.
Animal Crossing.
Would you rather play with these guys? Or...
So they're back at the hotel room now, I'm assuming, because I don't know where else this would be. Beautiful couple, true.
Oh my god, the animals can
Well, I'm glad to see Bobby finally found some love in his life.
on your ants, honey.
Yeah, but if I have 100 Pikmin versus one Isabel, who wins?
Oh my god, definitely Isabel.
No,
Isabel. My friend Chris.
I think he's high right now too, which is probably making this situation easier for him.
Dude, in Pikmin 4, they beat.
You could kind of see it in the eyes.
A dog at the end
Oh, they
of the
beat
game.
up a dog.
Yeah.
Oh my god, how big?
The thing about Boblax is he actually, like, when he gets high, he seems like a little more like normal. I don't know if that's what it is, or because Boblax is next to a crazy person, he looks a little more normal. And I mean, obviously, like, looks very ugly, but that's not what I'm judging here. But like, when he gets like high, he actually like kind of sounds a bit like a passably normal person sometimes.
Like Isabel size, maybe.
Nah.
Yeah.
Anyway, comment, subscribe to Gaming Otter.
Are they mating? Yes. The man she is. Oh wait, so this Romeo person actually has some stuff to say about this otter guy. Romeo, what's up? You're on the air. Hello? Or are you there? Going once. Going twice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Be careful scrolling his shorts because there's like a few of the shorts where he's in his underwear and he just has his full bulge out.
Okay, got it. You made a docket about this guy. Can you link it to me?
Yeah, 1 second.
All right, thanks. All right, take care. All right. So I got linked something else from from QQ. Comes from the throwaway Twitter account.
Hey, Mark.
Commentary's #1 source of news. The Gaming Otter's ex crashes the chat, alleging Otter used to cam, sold his baddie for what is a baddie? Used to cam, sold his baddie for a Nintendo Switch. What does this mean? Fucked the ex with a toothbrush, molested the ex's sister, and robbed and beat the ex.
Mark, I didn't ban you. I apologize. My mods banned you because they're protecting me. But it's okay, Mark. You're free to speak. You can say all your lies you want. Tessa, you guys defending me, it's making me cry. It's really bizarre. It's really bizarre.
It means he sold himself for sex. Wait, so he whored himself out to get a Nintendo Switch, allegedly?
Oh, I know what I did. Do you know what you did, Mark? Oh, go ahead, honey. You mean the stuff I did online with camming? I don't really care, Mark. Go ahead. Oh, you know what he's gonna say? He's gonna say I was inappropriate some way. Mark, you don't have anything. The only thing you can do, you wanna know what you're gonna do, Mark? Yeah, you sold me.
This is the life, man. This is the life. Yelling at your ex through a YouTube chat in front of some 24 hours Denny's with like a dead homeless guy and probably vomit inside in the middle of nowhere in like some place I'd assume to be maybe California or Florida near a truck stop or whatever the fuck.
You sold me. Get that straight. Because you're gay. You sold me. You're like, Nick, go for it. Nick, we need the money. Nick, we need to do it.
Okay, so he's alleging now that his ex pimped him out.
Sold me, Mark. That's what you did. I didn't even want to do it. Wow. See, that's the worst part. Is he doesn't even know what happened in 2017. He's spouting the lies from 2017. He's spouting the lies. It's like, you know what, Mark? Why are you even here? Why do you bother? You're a pathetic excuse of a man, Mark.
Why is he not just banning the guy from chat and hashing this out in private? Like, why are you litigating your like beef with your ex, allegedly in relation to you being a prostitute, publicly through a YouTube chat?
Look, you want me to tell you the story about the launch line? And I'll tell it. I'll tell
us.
My friend Mike, who
Spill
didn't
the
want to be on
tea.
camera, gave me the money to buy him the Switch, okay? And it was 8 years ago. And if you're obsessed drama that was that long ago, Mark, you need to get... I told you the truth. I told you the truth. I'm not lying. I'm tired of people telling me I'm lying.
Mark, we want to hear your story. We want to hear your story, Mark.
When I'm telling the truth. Shut up, Mark. Shut up. You're the one desperate for a narrative. You're the one who's a loser.
This guy, by the way, his whole thing, the reason he was with Boblikes is so they could, like, mutually shit on Tipster. Tipster has a house, and Tipster's cringe as fuck, but Tipster has a house, and Tipster's not arguing with his fucking ex outside of a 24-hour Denny's on stream.
Didn't. Then who... Okay, you know what, Mark? Mark? Who hired me? You think you know all the facts? Please tell me the truth. Oh, yeah, it was Chris. See, this is the funny part, is Mark doesn't know anything about me. And he's touting facts like he knows everything. Please tell us, Mark, who is the one I sold myself in the rear? Yo, you don't know? Oh, you're a liar.
Wait, so is that not an admission that you sold yourself to take it up the ass? To buy a Switch, his mitigating factor, is this factor that is supposed to make it better, is that the Switch was actually for someone else.
Oh, I'm lying? You're just jealous. You can never get with me again. It's okay, Mark. You would never...
I'm sure Mark is really jealous. You're a steal.
Take it in the rear. You would never take it in the rear. You know what's even funnier? You would never even give it in the rear. You would never give it in the rear. That's the sad part, Mark.
What?
Oh, what more are you gonna tell them? I sold myself? We already know that. That's what you said. But see, that's the funny thing is I never sold myself the way you said it. Oh, go ahead, Mark.
So, but you did sell yourself. You were a prostitute in some capacity.
Please do. What are we getting at now? What are we getting at now? Please go ahead, Mark. You're running on cinders. Sorry. Whatever floats your... Yeah, I don't even care. I want to see. I never...
This is why I could never IRL stream, by the way. Not, like, because of this, but because, like, the social anxiety of walking into a fucking gas station and streaming is bad enough. But to be on here talking about taking it up the fucking rear when you are a male prostitute while in this gas station where I would assume some clerk is inside is just fucking insane.
Never did weird things to you. No, ew. See, Mark's still just lying. See, he can't even come up with a good excuse. Let me see if you have toothbrush or toothpaste. Yeah, I need a toothbrush. Let me see if they have a toothbrush or toothpaste. Yeah, I never did weird things with your
How many people are... I would guarantee you if we were to watch the VOD, it was probably just Mark in chat. Mark alone.
You're the one implying that, dude. No.
Wait, what?
Good excuse. Let me see if you have toothbrush or toothpaste. Yeah, I need a toothbrush. Let me see if they have a toothbrush or toothpaste. Yeah, I never did weird things with your sister. You're the one implying that, dude. No, it's not. Stop lying, Mark. You're a horrible liar. You couldn't tell the truth if you had a truth-telling contest, Mark.
He almost said toothbrush, and the allegation is he fucks someone with a toothbrush. You couldn't tell the truth if you had a toothbrush up your ass.
Desperate. You're a sad, pathetic excuse for a man, Mark. I'll literally say that a million times. I don't care. Mark, I'll just keep saying it. You're a sad, pathetic excuse for a man.
To be fair, if this is California, this is just like in a day's work for a gas station attendant.
You're a sad, pathetic excuse for a man. You're a sad, pathetic excuse for a man. Did I make it clear, Mark? You're a sad, pathetic excuse for a man. I never stole anything from you. You're the one that stole from me. So now you're just desperately fishing for excuses that don't even exist. Mark, if you want to keep trying, you can, but I'll just keep laughing. And even Chris will defend me on this one.
This guy is totally out of his mind, and keep in mind... Let me just put into perspective how pathetic this is. Bobby got blacklisted from every single party at VidCon. I don't think there was a single one he was able to show up to. So he spent money while he's having major financial issues to fly out to California and essentially sit in a hotel room with this guy. What the fuck is going on, man? What is happening here? Who is this psycho? And why is Bobby spending money to sit in a fucking hotel room with him?
I'm really just sad for you, Marcus. That's how I feel for you. I feel so sad for you. But the love I had for you.
With Bobby, it's like, okay, he's totally hit rock bottom here. He had to sell the car. Okay, he's hit rock bottom. His nudes are leaked. Okay, he's hit rock bottom. Channel dead. Okay, he's hit rock bottom. Find out that he's about to lose the house. Okay, he's hit rock bottom. But he's now even gone further down because not only have all of these things happened, but the only person he can hang out with is this fucking psycho.
Is no longer here because you destroyed it. You destroyed it. I wanted to have a life with you. You didn't. It's okay. Yeah, that's it.
All right, sir. 537.
537. 1 second.
He's looking for like the quarters in his pocket. His entire net worth is in his pocket.
Yeah, Mark's lying. Yeah, basically. I mean, what can I say? Mark's just desperate for attention. Yeah. Inserting. Oh no, I can tap it. I can tap. I like to tap.
He's got a card.
Thank you.
You stole over 1,000. Okay, is Mark from Europe? 1,000 pounds from me.
Yeah. See the funny, yeah, no, I'm good. See the funny thing about Mark?
You tried to beat me.
No, I didn't. Wow, Mark, you're desperate. Guys, Mark's not telling the truth about anything.
How many viewers did he have at this point? I bet you Mark is his only viewer. Wait, is Mark in my fucking chat? Wait, is Mark in here?
Never beat him. I would never hurt him. Ever. He's the one that hurt me. That's literally the truth. Marcus...
Aiden's still Marcus can call in if you want.
Fishing for excuses. See, when someone is hurt from a breakup, they'll literally make up anything. That's the sad part, is they will say anything about how you're a horrible person, this, you know...
I know plenty of people that have had several breakups and have not been accused of... Maybe he does have a crazy ex, right? But you're being accused of some pretty crazy shit, man.
At least when JM and I broke up, JM was actually respectful and basically like, Nick, I had to forget you. Okay, JM, I respect that. You're a better man for that. But for you, Mark, oh my God. Mark. You're a pathetic excuse for a man. You can make a man happy if you died to try. That's the sad part. That's the sad part.
Is this guy like using drugs of some kind? I mean, I get like very like drug addict like kind of vibes off him.
You know, I really have to say I enjoyed this stream. So, Mark only...
Yeah, I enjoyed the... What? Dude, total cope. Total fucking cope. Alright, Tippy made this tweet. Boblax's new bestie emailed me. This is the gaming otter. This gaming otter guy is totally obsessed with Tipster, by the way, in like a way that's comparable, if not like rivaling Boblax, who was posting about Tipster every single day or constantly to his Mayo Monkey channel. Hey man, still in the LA area? I heard on your stream you'd be down with buying you Minuto? If you want, I am game. Let's talk. I mean it. Sincerely, Nick. Tipster dodged a fucking bullet with that one. You know, Bobby's sitting in a hotel room wasting his money to hang with this guy. Meanwhile, Tipster is posting going fishing with his fucking dad. Tipster won, man. Tipster won. How can you not appreciate a guy going fishing with his dad?
You know what's really funny, Jens? I'm a chubby chaser.
This guy's a fucking nutcase! Lock this. I do not feel safe with this guy wandering the streets of fucking California. This guy's a psycho. This guy's fucking out of his mind. What the fuck? Put him in a cage. Put him in a fucking lunatic asylum. Look at that face. That's the type of face that will bring you, that will take you to his hotel room and then fucking cut you into little pieces.
Hey, Tippy. You like my tip?
What? Huh? What? Dude, why did Tipster not meet up with this guy? Why did Tiffy not link up? Well, dude, beats me. I wonder why, man. I wonder why.
Hey, Tippy. You want my tip? Oh. Tipster is too busy playing with his tip. That's what he's doing. He's like, oh my god, I secretly like him and I don't want to admit to it.
I understand now. So the reason that this guy is so obsessed with Tipster is because he's like secretly in love with him. You know, has anyone ever played Outlast? You know the groom guy, Billy, or not Billy, Eddie, the guy who's like chasing you down the whole time, trying to make you into his wife. Kind of get Eddie vibes off this guy, man. I get Eddie vibes. Aiden liked that. Even if I was gay, there's no way in hell I would ever find something like this fucking attractive, man. What the fuck? What are you smoking? There's no part of me that likes this. I feel raped through the screen right now. I'm not even there, and I feel raped right now.
Okay, one in the chat if we think Tipster is gay for me. One in the chat if we think Tipster is gay for me. I'm really gonna go for it. Is Tipster gay for me? One. Hey, can we get some more ones? One.
Truly, out here living the life, man. Somebody made a whole doc on this guy. Let's check it out. A YouTuber named The Gaming Otter has been going viral in the commentary sphere. This man had found Boblax at VidCon and started walking around with him in the event. The stream is up on his channel with 269 views. Nick, the Otter dude, talks about Tipster a lot during the stream. I will get into the background of why this dude dislikes Tippy. Holy fuck, my mod prepared this whole thing. Dude, he was like, this is a rabbit hole. I'm like, dude, this guy was like part of an offhanded segment. There's nothing interesting going on here. For anyone who's trying to call in right now, by the way, I'll do it after this segment. We've like unironically unlocked Kino. I'm not trying to derail right now. But this like rabbit hole was totally worth going down. Did we just hit goal? Yo, we just hit goal 2 times, 1 stream. Lumpy Willie with the 199. Bobby has posted a 3-minute video by his OnlyFans now. What video did he post? Will is me with the $20. AGP4L. Thank you so much, buddy. That's super fucking generous. Patrick's A Base Life. I'm not sure. This all seems a bit gay with the 5. It is. Simpman with the 5. Happy Pride Month. Thanks, man. 5 from Nate. Bring Marcus in so QQ's crusade can finally end. That will be like end stream, buddy. I'm sorry. This is like total Kino. Soul Skibbity with the 2. Hello, Aiden. This coverage is good, buddy. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Benson with the 2. Sick stuff, man. It is sick. Thank you guys so much for helping us hit goal twice. You've just earned yourself another goal. All right, so let's get back into this. Are the rumors of you coming out next week true? Coming out as what, ma'am? Coming out as what? Original stream at VidCon, we watched that. The Otter Twitter, the Otter Dudes YouTube channel. In the next video, Nick starts to feed Bo Black's flan. Do not look at the above tweet he's replying to. He's replying to a shirtless gay man. Jump scare warning for Bo Blacks.
Alright folks, I'm here with my good friend Bo Blacks here. I met him at VidCon. He literally, this man saved...
So we're watching this again, but for the newcomers, this is my original exposure to this guy.
Saved my convention, so we're gonna get him some lovely flan. We're gonna try a little piece together. He's gonna go gay for dessert. So, anyway, we're gonna just do this. We're gonna open our spoons. You got your spoon? Yeah. Go ahead, open it. So, here, I'll feed you. Yeah.
This is the thing that like made me very uncomfortable for Bobby.
Feeding you on camera, we gotta be controversial, right? Yeah. So here you go, Bo Blacks. How's that feel? Alright. Yeah, you can feed me my.
He's like so, dude, I feel so bad for this guy. Bobby's like a total freak. But like he's like it's good. He wants to be out of there. If I knew this was going on, by the way, at that point in time, I would put all our differences aside. I would make sure Bobby got to some party or had someone else to hang out with. Okay? Like, the guy right here could literally be fucking Hitler. And I would still try to get him out of this situation. I wouldn't wish a situation like this on my worst fucking enemy.
I love it. Let me do Bo Black. I'm not coming to subscribe to Gaming Otter. Yeah.
What the fuck? Aiden would have took Bobby to his room. Good one. That was Augie who did that, just to be clear. Bobby's not my type. And he's also a guy. Well, he's, sorry, biologically a male. Technically non-binary. What do you mean, Aiden? He's clearly loving every minute of it. If your indication from this smile is that he is loving it, that he's loving it, this is like the most, like, you could tell me this is like a photo that a group forced its hostages to take. Like, this is like insane. You can't argue that this is evidence he's loving it. He's very obviously not loving it. The smile of the graped. True. Yo, thank you so much. I'm not gonna be like, okay, the problem at Chud, like, pauses his fucking streams, like, every 2 seconds to read out a donut, okay? It's my biggest criticism of the guy right now. I was watching earlier, and it was, like, every 2 seconds. Legally Black with the 4.99 and a Shiba Inu. Thank you so much. Ben's in with the 2. Dude, is the goal broken? We're getting close. 2 from Soul Skibbity. I mean, Manchi is down to do anything with anyone. Honestly, this might be Manchi's limit. Manchi might have finally found a limit. And then Greffin with the 2. Romeo the Goat. We can do 3. Yeah, let's break the goal 3 fucking times. The Gaming Otters live. Dude, I have so many tabs open.
what's up, Jacob? So let me make it a very clear thing to say.
He's still in Anaheim. He hasn't left. Everyone's gone home. I guess he just like doesn't have anywhere to go.
That we do not have money to get in the park, but we're still gonna enjoy what the park is.
Huh? Wait, so he's still in Anaheim. He hasn't left yet. And he's at Disney, and he doesn't have any money to fucking get in. We should invite this guy. I invited Nick to come here to join my stream, right? Should we invite this guy to pull up to the crib and do an on-stream conversation? That's a joke, by the way.
That's all we can do. On a store.
He fits in really well in California. I see people like him except they're not streaming, and typically they're wearing barely any clothing, and they're screaming about like the government raping their mind.
So I would collab with streamers. Why not? And if a streamer got me a free pass to go in the park, absolutely.
Yeah, if a streamer maybe he gave me some money to get into this fucking park. Yeah? Huh?
But it's what it is. I'm not gonna die over it. Now, so let me be very clear here. Boblax and I are friends. We all gay baited you. Well, we might.
I don't think you were in on it.
I think the world might be too hot for Boblax and I. The world's like, oh my god, you guys did it. No, we didn't. We just made you.
So he's not even okay. So I've been outside Disneyland. I've never actually been into the actual park. Okay, I've been to Disney World, but I assume this is like the area you get in.
You think you did it? See, that's the problem.
No, that's a cafe. Never
We
mind.
played the internet for a fool by making the internet think. Not even close, dude. Not even close. You wish we were a power couple. You wish. You want to know something really funny? I have a friend who's straight in New York.
Do you stan? Do you stan? Do you stan Bick? Nobi? What's their ship name? What's their ship name?
You know what he says to me all the time? He says, Nick, how did you do that? And I was like, what do you mean, Herbert? How did you make everyone think I was gay when I'm straight? I'm like, what do you mean? We have perfect chemistry together, like we're a married couple. And I'm like,
oh, this girl's trying to get into the stream. She doesn't know. She probably thinks he's like some famous guy. She doesn't realize he's like some random crackhead.
Because I'm just so natural about it. He's like, dude, you're like, oh, I bullied who?
Dude, I'd get Nick in here for an interview. $2 from Nitro. It's your favorite gay Scotsman. What's up, Nitro? 5 from Sirion. You don't get enough donos to worry about pausing too much. Plus, still no dono alerts. L streamer. Thank you, man.
So there are people like, I bullied nobody. They bullied themselves. Look. Oh my god, I love this song. And maybe love is the reason why.
What should I title this segment? Like, I'm gonna combine it with the original coverage of Bobby segment. Like, should I title it something like, Gay Psycho kidnaps and rapes Boblax at VidCon?
First time ever seeing it, eye to eye. My voice is still shot.
Hey man, poor people can enjoy Disney too. Just like walk around at the outside, buy admissions, and pretend like you're in the park.
We're not dating, we're friends. I'll be very clear several times over. I would never lie. Let me be very clear. I will never lie.
What is that noise?
About my relationship.
Is that the wheel?
With my friends.
Oh, it's the wind.
We are friends. That's our relationship status. Friendship. Friendship. Like Mortal Kombat when you try to do fatality. Friendship. Basically, I beat Tipster in Mortal Kombat, and then it's like friendship. Friendship again?
I thought it was a bird originally. It's the wind. Sorry. I thought it was like a bird or something.
Yeah, I'm not a fatality person. I'm more
no mic guard. This guy can't even afford to leave where he's at or get into fucking Disney. You think this guy's getting a mic guard? He's living out of his car.
Friendship. And people just laugh at me like, Nick, you're way too nice. Well, I appreciate you.
He is nice. Yes, too nice. Yes. Yeah, actually, I totally believe people have said that to you.
Although
they've said that followed by "get the fuck off of me."
I am gay, so I do appreciate men's beauty, and
you know. Oh, he is? I wouldn't have guessed.
And you don't have to be straight to appreciate a woman's beauty. Even though I'm like homo flexible, but yeah. Hey, the road, Jack. Oh my. Well, I guess that's why Kalaka Boy means skeleton. You have to sell your bones to get into the park. So that's what it means. That's right, folks. You have to sell your bones to get into the hospital. Why don't you just like...
So is he gonna do what he tried to do for the Nintendo Switch, allegedly? And he's gonna start, like, prostituting himself out to get money to get in?
Take my blood and like, here you go, guys. You got my blood. How much blood do you need for me to get in the park?
Okay, so now he's just walking around screaming about blood.
I believe he does. He might be taking a slight break, but he'll be back into it. I know he will. Boblax is my hero. Like, I'm not gonna hold back. The Boblax is my hero.
He's my hero too, man. He's my hero too.
I don't even know what that means. LTMD. I don't even know what that means.
Whoa, do not stop! 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 I disavow! I disavow! Disavow!
No roller coasters. Look, even if I was going to go on a roller coaster, they have very strict guidelines about bones on roller coasters. They don't want it to hit people. And that's like, you have to hide.
What the fuck? Why would you ever say AG4 in combination with that? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Your phone, right? If you're gonna put a phone on a roller coaster, you have to be very careful. Like, they are sticklers. Right.
What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get a view of like the people in the background to see how they're looking at the sky.
I tried to walk in with my selfie stick. They confiscated it. Actually, I take it back. They told me to go back to the car. So, close to confiscated.
Dude, this kid's like whispering to his dad, like, what the fuck is going on with his nut job?
But not quite.
They're also giving him glances.
Trickster says, yeah. Tessa, let me tell you something. Tessa, let me tell you something. He's jealous because he thinks I got with Boblax. When you know what happened? All we did was play Soul Calibur 2 in Mario Kart World.
He's definitely a drug user. 150%. 150 fucking... I have to say allegedly, because this guy's so broke, he'll sue me to get money from a defamation claim. But you just know it when you see it. You know it when you see it. It's probably why he's living in a car. I don't know what he's using, but he's using something.
He thinks we did more because it fits his narrative. That's the truth. He can say whatever he wants about me. I don't care. The dude's pathetic.
It's some sort of stimulant. I don't know if it's meth. I don't know if it's like Adderall.
Like if I was like, it was like that one skit from Jet. Oh, he is. React away. I don't care. Please. I love it. And he's calling me the stalker? Yeah, that's kind of pathetic.
What?
I don't care what he makes about me. Tessa, this is how drama works. Do you know how drama works?
Well, he's not even... Do you know how what?
Tessa, this is how drama works. Do you know how drama works?
That didn't even... I don't even know what that last part meant.
We stand Joshua, Josie.
This guy's insane. What is this guy on? What drugs is this guy on?
I love this song. Guess you guys are enemies. Don't get involved with Trickster. Who's TTD? I don't know what that is.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
You know, actually, I have to say, Boblax takes really good care of his hygiene. He smells great. As a friend, he smells great.
Okay, that's cap.
I'm giving my honest, objective opinion about my good friend, Boblax.
Cap! Stop the cap! Stop the cap!
And, you know, I think
Boblax was like pre-feeding people lines to say, people were like, by the way, Boblax told me to tell you that he's in good financial standing. Like, out of nowhere. He's like, if anyone asks, tell them I have good hygiene.
the thing that was so beautiful about our time together. Yeah, he washes himself. Right, exactly, Tails. He's the top. He's yeah. I know. Hey, Kalaka Boy, I appreciate going to the park today. Maybe you need to do it again. Actually, I want to do Hollywood tomorrow. What do you think, guys? Hollywood? Hollywood. I love it.
I'm gonna be in Hollywood tomorrow. looks like I'm having a change of plans. I think tomorrow is kind of a sleep-in kind of day.
So, I don't even know what that means, Lumpy Willie. I mean, Boblax and I are friends.
Lumpy mention? Lumpy mentioned?
Friends for life.
Aiden, could you be the Boblax to my Otter? Okay. I'd literally just prefer like you like threatening to like break into my house and kill me than saying something like that.
He saved my VidCon.
and you saved his.
I wish. I did so many chores while watching. How was it? You gotta tell me. He's streaming right now. I don't even know what CUNY Pride is. I don't know.
What? What? Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop! What are you guys doing? Stop! Shut it down! AIDS Gang Code Red! AIDS Gang Code Red! Shut it down!
Like, what the hell is that? You're gonna have to tell me, Chad. I'm gonna have to look it up eventually.
Shut it down!
I like TND, Thrive, Nurture, Dream. That's what we need to do, folks. Does anyone want to contribute to the Gaming Otter channel? Please let me know.
I can't turn. Stop! 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 Stop!
So that way we can prove Mr. Tipster, aka Robert, wrong about myself. Because he's just so desperate. Hey, Jens, you want to help out? Show Tipster who you really support? It's okay, Jens. You're welcome to say or feel how you like. I understand how you feel. I apologize. It's fine, Jens.
I don't even know what I'm like in disbelief right now. I can't believe this is a real person. I can't believe what he...
Apologize, I know how you feel. But just say and do what you think. I won't stop you. Fair. Fair. I don't even know who we're talking about. Nico-san. I don't know. Maybe I'll look at him. Or her. I don't know their pronouns. That's his real name? I'm not a better? What is I'm not a better? Explain what that is. If you want to dance with me.
Should we like set up a date between him and Kinetic Cal?
I am the Disney Otter. That's right, Kalaka boy.
This is the most, like, he has regular mods. I don't know who's watching this, like, unironically. Okay,
22
stop.
people.
Cyanide, stop.
Watching? That's freaking fantastic. If only we could get it to, like, 40 people watching.
He's down to stream with you? Did he say that? Do not make false promises to this guy. I'm not going to be in his general vicinity. The fact that this guy is in Southern California... Listen, the comments Aristocracy makes about how she feels living as a Jew in Canada, this is how I feel living as like a human being in Southern California with this fucking guy walking around.
Oh, tell me more. Oh my god, I don't care. We love it. We love it. Tell us more. Tipster ran from TND and Aiden. What happened now? What happened now? Yeah, I brushed my teeth. I need a dental appointment. Does anyone want to pay for my dental appointment?
He can't even pay for a... Dude, this poor guy. He can't even pay for a fucking dentist.
Do you know people GoFundMe Dreamcast guy's dental appointment, but yet my GoFundMe is not okay? Isn't that funny? I love it. It's hilarious. People apparently don't like GoFundMes. GoFundMe.
He's now eating his finger.
You broke in? What you broke in? I'll stream with him. Who? Let's keep it up. Pump it up. Pump it up. Aiden Underground? I can't go. I can't talk to him right now. I'll talk to Aiden Underground later. I'll talk.
Listen, man, I'm gonna have to decline that. I'm gonna have to decline that one.
Talk to Aiden Underground later. Well, I know you would, Richard Lodge. I don't know what DD. I don't know what that is. DD Ickers. DD Ickers. I'll stream with him. Who is this? Who are we talking about? Aiden Underground? Okay, hold on.
You're getting him to
I'll
look
screen
me up. Stop.
Got that. I mean, if I could mog, I would, but I can't. I'm at a park. Total trans delight. Is that good?
No, dude, because you know what's gonna happen? It's gonna be like what he's doing to Tipster. He's like obsessively emailing this guy, talking about him.
I want to defend. Look, let me make it clear. I defend people of any sort of like demographic within reason, but I don't castrate myself. I don't castrate for compromise. Let me make it clear. Yeah, 200 to get into the park, guys. I got to Disneyland. We'll do Hollywood tomorrow, maybe.
Okay. Someone have the stream open. Tell me if anything notable happens. I'm going to continue on the docket about him. So the Flan incident. Tipsters call into my stream. Nick is a homeless man who whines a lot on his channel. He currently resides in a homeless shelter. He got mad at haters for gaslighting him. I don't really know what the fuck he is on about. His brother bought a Switch 2, and Nick is too poor to buy one for himself. His brother has a heart condition, and he made a GoFundMe for his brother. The weird thing is that he states that he lives in San Francisco, but his GoFundMe states he's in Pennsylvania. Well, he's wherever his car is. That's where he lives. His residence is wherever his car is. Him and his brother must not be on good terms. In the comments of the homeless stream, he alludes to this tension between him and his brother. In a recent video, he talks about how mentally unstable Nick is. He yells at people a lot and calls a security officer a homophobe. Alright, this is his GoFundMe. Which one is he? Oh, I guess he's the one in the green jacket. This has to be from what, the early 2000s? Let the cultural exchange commence. I'm a Princeton High School graduate and Johnson & Wales Bachelor of Science undergrad in culinary nutrition, telling you my story. I started... Okay. I hate to be... He found out about what?
Cent? How old is Aiden? Serious? Seriously, thank you for the donation. You know, I think the highest donation I ever got was like... I'm trying to remember the highest donation I got. It was back during the pandemic, and I couldn't even spend it on my computer. I had to...
What the fuck have you people done? What the fuck have you guys done?
Buy food? That's how bad it got during the pandemic. It got real bad. But it was a really large donation. I was struggling to live, guys. Struggling. I'll stream it. Yeah, if Aiden wants to be friends. Okay, let me ask this, because I respect people. How old is Aiden? Real talk, how old is Aiden? Is he an adult? Is Aiden an adult? Please don't clickbait me, guys. 19, 18. Okay. Well, if Aiden wants to assist me, I don't see why not. As long as he's an adult, I don't want help from someone that I don't have consent. I'm all about consent is not just... Consent is beautiful. Consent is important. No one should disrespect consent. Because if you disrespect consent, you better get your misunderstandings in place.
Him saying that is like very suspicious. It's like talking to a girl, and it's like your first date, and you're like, God, I would totally like never rape you. I would never rape you. You shouldn't think I'm gonna rape you because I would never do that. Why is he talking about consent?
Understood? Good.
I don't consent.
Hey, I just try to be me. I worked at a hospital for 4 years. I learned from the
You
best.
worked in a hospital or you were a fucking patient?
I learned from the best. Only if those buns
Yeah, I worked at a hospital. I worked on being declared sane enough to be discharged.
are filled with sausages. Nice hot dog sausages, of course. So we like our buns, right? We like our buns with good dogs, with good hot dogs. Ayo! Yeah. So we did take a dip in viewership. Aiden is restreaming you. Okay. Tell me what Aiden says, because I can't really go over to his stream. I'm getting some chats. Okay.
Ismod is telling him to report me for copyright. This fucking Tessa bitch is now telling him to report me for copyright. Dude, my reactions make this transformative, sir.
Oh my god, Tipster is gonna react to everything. I'm like, Tipster, I'm drinking your tears, Tipster. I'm drinking your tears. Your tears just think doesn't.
Aiden, yes, I will get your channel taken down for copyright. Will you now? Will you now? Try me, bitch. Try me, Tessa. Try me. Do it. Do it, Tessa. Do it. Do it. Go ahead. Make my day.
Delicious. Your tears taste so delicious. Your tears just taste so good, Tipster. Tippy, those tears are good. Yo!
Tessa, do you want to call in? You're welcome to call in, Tessa.
Having a great day. So tell me, that was sus. So tell me what Aiden's saying. Because I'm curious, because he's copying. What? Are you serious? What?
Okay, shit like this, I totally disavow. Come
Dude,
on, guys.
Aiden, what's happening? He likes me, okay.
I know I do. No, no, sir. Nope. I respect your orientation and your lifestyle, but it's a no. No, I'm sorry.
All right, I'm trying to understand something about this Aiden Underground guy. He has 6K subs. He's cool. Okay. I'm a little sus about this Aiden person. Okay.
You're sus about me?
Oh my God! Wow. Now I don't want to meet Aiden. Aiden, you're being a bad person.
What am I doing?
Aiden, I don't appreciate you calling me that.
What did I call him?
I'm really confused right now. Can I get some facts, guys? So he's saying bad stuff about me? That's sad.
What are you telling him I called him?
Wow, and here I stood here wanting to believe that Aiden was a good person.
What? I didn't even say anything!
Oh, I probably will, Tessa. Do you want to report a stream for me?
What? No, wait, shut it down. Shut it down, okay, shut it down. She's trying to report my stream. Hold on, we're gonna do something. See what you guys fucking did? Hold on. Fuck, dude. Alright. 99 euro from Nitro, thank you so much. Tessa's the name of our cow from Brain Droid. Cool. Nitro Nagy with the 2. Aiden, he clearly thinks you're cute. Okay, good one.
Are you live streaming?
Yes, I am. Are you a streamer?
No, but I follow. Are you on TikTok?
I'm on YouTube.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I always watch these online.
Oh my God, I love that. Your teeth look perfect. Can you smile at the stream? She's beautiful, isn't she? She's
Thank
beautiful.
you.
I mean, I might be gay, but I still appreciate a woman's
Oh,
beauty.
thank you.
I'm like homo flexible, so.
Period.
What's your name?
I love that. Carly.
I'd kiss you on stream, but I'll respect you.
No, what? What? Get out of there, Carly! Run! 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 Get the fuck out of there! What is happening?
Do you have a husband or a boyfriend?
I do have a boyfriend.
See, I told you. See, that's why she's so beautiful.
We've been together since middle school. I'm 21, so we've been together for like
I
8
love
years.
that. See, we love. Can I?
Yes.
Yes. So, what's your husband or boyfriend's name?
Christian.
Tell Christian that he's a lucky man to have you.
I will. Oh, I'll tell
that.
him. Thank you.
Love you. What's your
Bye,
name?
guys.
Bye.
Carly.
Carly.
What was your name?
Nick.
Nick?
I'm the gaming honor.
Okay, period.
THE space GAMING space OTTER.
He's spelling it. Oh my, he's spelling it.
So there you go. Gaming honor.
honor.
The gaming honor.
I'll call you. Bye.
What? I'm really confused, guys. Guys, there's way too much information. There's way too much I'm really confused, guys. I'm like, what the is going on? Like, I'm getting like Aiden bad, Aiden good, Aiden bad, Aiden good. Can we get some like clarification?
My chat's a little bipolar.
This Aiden person is like stepping on me right now. This feels like a trap. This feels really.
I'm just. Oh my god. Tessa is now telling me, Aiden, donate or I am taking your channel down. God, I'm terrified, Tessa. Don't worry, for safety reasons, I'll be consulting my very Jewish lawyer when stream is over, readying the guns.
Really sus. Okay, that's nice, but like, I'm sorry. Now my boundaries are up. So I've activated the wall. So Aiden has to approach the wall. Aiden, you're gonna have to approach the wall. Bad person, good person, bad person.
Is that a death threat, sir? Is that a death threat?
I don't know what to believe right now. I'm telling you the truth. That's nice that he respects consent. He's a troll. Guys, can we keep the truth intact, please? I want nothing but the truth and the whole truth. No omissions, nothing. I don't even know who you are. E.g. lately. There's nothing wrong with Jewish people, okay? My first boyfriend was Jewish. He's still Jewish. My first boyfriend is Jewish. First boyfriend, he's reading chat, that's nice. That's not.
Okay, if somebody just wants to, I gotta get back into, it's like, I don't have anything to talk about here. I am just like stream sniping him. I don't really want to do that. So if somebody wants to archive this and like find the best moments, I will take a look at them tomorrow. But right now I want to finish the GoFundMe. I am a Princeton High School graduate and a Johnson & Wales Bachelor of Science. Undergraduate in culinary nutrition, telling you... Keep going with what? What is he saying? What am I missing?
None of those topics are positive. I'm gonna let you know. None of those topics are positive.
Unfortunately, this area is blocked off, so we do need to...
All right, good.
Okay, so he's now trespassing.
Aiden's dad, I heard he was causing you trouble. I'll ground him for a week. Well, I mean, you can approach me. I don't know. I don't even know what to believe. Bo Black's allegations came out of nowhere. He didn't used to bully Bo Blacks. I don't know what to bully anymore. Kidding. I don't know what to bully anymore. No, I'm just kidding. You know, have you ever played the game Bully?
Rewind like 2 minutes. Did I just leak my IP? Good. I don't know what that was.
Tessa is bullying Aiden for being Jewish? I don't even buy that.
Call how do I call Nick?
Looks like a kid. I'm scared now. So this kid is coming after me now?
I'm not coming after you. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And anytime I go and I like try to read his GoFundMe and stuff, my chat tells me, watch! Go back and watch! So I'm just sitting here restreaming,
You
which I hate doing, by the way.
People are crazy. I'm gonna enact positivity. Dance to the music. Dance to the, oh, not now, later. In 30 minutes.
Tessa, if you'd like to call in, please call in. Okay, if nothing interesting happens, I'm gonna read his GoFundMe.
Yo, what? I'm not fighting anyone, Tails. DJD, leave Tessa alone. Tessa is my moderator girlfriend. Okay? Get the facts straight. I'm still single, but she looks after me as I look after her. That's the facts.
Alright, yeah, I am just restreaming at this point. Let me know if something happens. Just DM me or I don't know. Okay, back to what I was talking about. So this is Nick's GoFundMe. Let the cultural exchange commence. I am a Princeton graduate and a Johnson & Wales Bachelor of Science undergraduate in culinary nutrition telling you my story. I started the Nintendo fan group, Street Pass Princeton, with my twin brother. I left the group in 2014 due to health complications, but still took my Nintendo 3DS around for Street Pass. Street Pass is a cultural exchange between two Nintendo 3DS systems. My love of Nintendo is one of my many passions in life. We all went through some horrible experiences in life, such as 9/11 or the pandemic. The worst experiences are through domestic abuse. 2 years ago, I almost lost my life when my ex-boyfriend smashed my things and threw my stuff out the window Taylor Swift style. I cried. My twin brother saved my life by buying a bus ticket, but that event still haunts me. In 2025, none of my family talked together like they used to either. This is a tragic turn of events that not only needs to stop, but also needs to change for the better. I currently reside in San Francisco and personally would like to stay to make the city better through my outreach by requesting financial assistance. The donations will be used to help create better YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and even in-person events. My twin brother also has aortic stenosis, a heart problem due to birth complications. While he's been living relatively okay for years, he's been showing unfortunate aspects of wear and tear. This must be fixed as well. While heart surgery is more expensive, I would rather fuel my career future than take this forward for my brother to be saved. We must all... Wait, so is he saying my brother has this heart condition, but I'm not going to give him the money to help him? Huh? Help me, and not only will we save Street Pass for Nintendo, we will also save my family, my twin brother, and most importantly, give power to a gay, autistic man who has been mistreated and badly hurt for years. Thank you for reading. God bless. Please donate and share. Here's to our health. He said if you donate to his GoFundMe, he'll come on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on that one, man. I'm not giving him money, and you shouldn't either. I don't know who this person is. He might like, he strikes me as a bit unhinged. I would just, please, I don't encourage people like going in his chat and like typing weird shit, please. Just like, I probably should not have reacted to him while he was live. But if you want to archive the rest of his stream and give me the best moments to watch later, tomorrow, I will gladly do that. I don't know if this guy's an addict, and I don't want to give an addict money. If he is. I get those vibes. Osa Polar says, when you have a moment, check topic suggestions in Discord for a clip of the Gaming Otter.
I love this. Family time is important. Would you agree? See, we love our families at the park. And I respect them by not putting them on stream unless they ask. So what'd you get? Wetzel's Pretzels? Did you go into the park? How was it? Great? Awesome. I have to get this shout out, but you take good care of your daughter. Remember them through all the tough times. And then when they graduate, you tell them, if you ever want to come back home, you're welcome home. My parents did.
What is going on, dude? He's found some like random family, and this guy thinks he's fucking Sun Tzu or some shit, bro.
God bless you. God bless you. Okay, can you shout at my friend TND? Okay, hey TND.
Stop! I don't allow that shit. Stop. Okay, I was not Okay, let's not. Okay, let's not. The dude is unhinged, and I would suggest browsing through his chat. He reacts to Tipster talking about him. Olive Garden stream clip.
He gave more than the tip, but he couldn't handle more than this tip. Hey, you like that one? He couldn't handle more than my tip. Hey, I always have the last laugh. He gave more than the tip.
Okay. Well, that's gonna wrap up that segment. If you want to archive that stream and what comes of it, I'll gladly go deeper into this tomorrow. We've just hit the 4-hour mark, but in essence, there is a madman running around Southern California that wants to make Tipster into his wife. Sad stuff. Sad stuff. I'm probably gonna wrap up here in a sec. Is he a new Lulk? I don't know about this guy. Don't be like, I don't know if there's something wrong with him. I've just kind of taken this in with you guys. I would not get involved if I were you. Do not type in his chat. I don't want to piss this guy off. I'm not scared or anything. I'm not scared. I just, I don't want to piss this guy off. I didn't say live for 6 hours today, did I? I gotta I have to go to the store or something. Maybe I'll go live later. Did I say 6 hours today? You were literally shaking. I'm in stream debt. We're gonna have to do a 24-hour one at this point, aren't we? Alright, if Marcus wanted to call in, he could call in now. I'll let Marcus call in. I'll let EG later. Anyone who disagrees with me can call in now. So have a call in. I'll talk to you, and then we'll wrap this up. If you want to. So while we wait, what's the happenings, people? How do I call in Discord? God, this guy's old, man. Mods, so the Discord link is in the description, right? And what you're gonna want to do is there's gonna be a voice channel. This is call in, and you're gonna want to click it, and then I'll drag you in. Aiden, stop messing with this guy. Like, leave him alone, please. Why are you shaking so bad? I'm not, dude. I'm not scared. It's me? Scared? No, oh, you want the link. Alright, mods, link, it's in the description or in the chat. Hold on. I'll take a call from Marcus and then EG lately. Okay? We'll do one at a time here. So just wait for like 10 minutes. EG lately. No, I'll do EG lately first, and then I'll do Marcus. EG lately, what's up?
What's going on, dude?
You wanted to talk to me?
Hang on, I gotta mute you. And I'm not that old, bro. I'm like the same age as Chud. I guess if you consider
That
Chud
is-
old.
He's 39.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I hate when like you young guys are like, "Oh, he's so old." Like we had our choice in when we were born or something.
Listen, man, it happens. Sorry.
But yeah, I mean, listen, okay, I give you a lot of shit on X. I agree with you sometimes. I try to be as fair as possible. But I think that like the Tommy thing, like you keep asking him to talk. You know he's not gonna talk to you, right?
I mean, I doubt he will, but I think it's funny to watch him run, so I'll keep goading him.
My biggest issue that I had with your back and forth with Tommy was that you kind of like tried to approach him like you're gonna be like this super fair guy, and then the minute he didn't want to talk to you, you just like started crashing out on him. So that actually kind of made Tommy feel like he kind of got a leg up on you.
Well,
You know what I mean?
Well, just I replied to you on Twitter. That's not what happened, right? I reached out offering a fair conversation, and he responded saying that I'm shifty, and for the last 8 years I haven't changed, and I'll say or do anything. This was his immediate response. And I will say or do anything to appease people, which is, calling me manipulative, shifty, essentially a character assassination. Then I reply with addressing it point by point. That's not a crash out. He's just like assassinating my character. So now I'm addressing each of the incorrect points he made in that voice message.
What did you label that tweet as though? Like, didn't you write a tweet right after that was like, when you went live, you're like, I'm gonna go like get this old ass or something like that. It was something in that vein.
Yeah, I think something like that.
Okay, so come on, you might have played a point by point thing, but you did eventually like say something like that about him. Listen, I think what Tommy's doing is absolutely completely stupid. I think he's like destroying himself. Go ahead.
He said he said he'd already burned the bridge with me long before that and just never told me about it. So that didn't influence his decision at all. And also, right, him going after my character came before I called him old and talked about putting him in a nursing home. So it was actually he had a response to me kind of denigrating my character, and that's when I responded, bringing it down point by point, and then throwing insults on Twitter.
Yeah, but you can understand why that kind of makes him look like you're shifty, right? Because 1 second you're like, I'm super neutral, and then the minute he doesn't come on, you're like, now you're shifting. You literally shifted to the other side where you're now.
Do you think shifty means you like literally just change your opinion when you get new information or a new event occurs?
I mean, shift is literally in the word. What does shift mean?
That is not what. Okay, just because shift is in the word, it doesn't mean that's how the expression is used like colloquially. It's meant to refer to someone who's like a liar or evasive.
Well, I would say that you're a contrarian. You could just tell by the way that you and your chat interact, right? A lot of times your chat's busting your balls. So that kind of encourages a culture of people kind of, having fun with you. And that's mainly what I'm doing. Like, I don't have a problem with you or anything, Aiden. I actually think you're a pretty intelligent kid. But I do think that you kind of overly analyze stuff and you don't really approach things from a super logical perspective a lot of times. I don't really know how else to. It's like you have book smart, but I feel like you kind of lack a little bit of street smart.
Okay, I mean, I don't know, I guess, what you're talking about in particular. But in regards to the contrarian claim, I'm not a contrarian. I give takes that are against popular opinion, but not because they're against popular opinion, but because I believe in them. Right? A contrarian is someone who's just formulating opinions just because they're unpopular. I can give you reasoning and basis for like any opinion I've publicly shared. So I disagree with the framing of myself as a contrarian. And I also disagree. I disagree with your definition of shifty.
It's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm a vocab expert. I basically, I look at, I'll be the first to admit, like the only times I've ever kind of seen you is when you've been in debates with people. I think the last time I think I watched you was when you guys had Himpleton on or something. So that was a while ago. It was like 3 a.m. or something. But
yeah, it was a long time ago.
I mean, I like, again, I respect your reputation. You've been online for a while. You've established a nice little, legacy for the internet. But I just think that sometimes, like that I thought the thing, especially with Tommy, it's like you keep asking him, and you know what
asked him
Tommy's
once.
doing, right?
Oh, wait, no.
He's
Beforehand, I asked him once, and then I publicly goaded him on like one other time today, I think, right?
yeah, which is why you called me. I guess
2
you
times.
called me an idiot or something like that. I mean, you can understand though that I'm not doing it from a place of like evil. I'm just
I
kind of.
know, I don't think you're malicious. I just think you reach like wrong conclusions about a lot of things. Like your reply on Twitter about the order of events of how I responded to Tommy was just like totally off. It wasn't like Tommy rejected, just said no, and then I went off on him. It was he totally like assassinated my character. And said I've been essentially deceitful, manipulative for the last 8 years. Right? And then I responded with a point-by-point breakdown of the events and things he was referencing in what I think is a pretty like reasonable manner. You could go and reread it. I wasn't like throwing in like personal jabs in those messages or whatever. And then he kind of just like, shoos me away essentially. And he admits that on his stream that he burnt the bridge with me a long time ago and was telling people not to talk to me and just never came to me with his issues, which is just like total snake shit.
But do you think he really actually did that, or do you think he's just kind of doing that now and then playing like he's some master planner? Because I think that's something he does often.
I heard from the person he spoke to that he did speak to them before this, and he told them not to talk to me. He says that he spoke to this person a while ago and told them not to talk to me. So I'm believing both of them. I believe them.
I mean, yeah, I again, I think Tommy's just doing like this total WWE heel thing where he's kind of making himself the bad guy, and I think he kind of planned this whole thing out with Chud because he wanted to try to elevate himself up a little bit and try to get a little more attention for his channel because he's been plateaued for quite some time now.
So you think him snaking me is just like this act of 4D chess and not him just like being a total snake?
I think that it's an act. I think that it's all like this whole thing that he's doing is this pre-planned, it's like a bit.
Wait,
it's
wait. How was this an act if this was done in private prior to him calling out Chud or going public with this? How was this an act?
I said what he's doing with Chud right now is an act.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Chud. I'm talking about him snaking me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't run in your guys like circles or anything. I can only base what I see off of like what you post and shit.
Okay.
And
you don't need to run in my circles to say this. Let's just go by Tommy's words. Tommy said, Aiden doesn't know this, but I burnt the bridge with him a long time ago. And yeah, I told people behind the scenes not to talk to him. So what, by his own admission and confirmed by other people, okay, Tommy stopped liking me for whatever reason, never came to me to talk about it, and then went to people behind the scenes to tell them not to talk to me, never giving me a chance to address his grievance because he never came to me with it. Is that not snaky? I'm going by his word.
I will 100% agree that I think Tommy's being really, really snaky right now. But, I don't think that he's like, he's telling everybody he's like, or at least he's trying to present himself like he's some guy that's kind of planning all this stuff. But he, I think that he's just winging it. He's just trying to, it's like his Hail Mary to try to rejuvenate some juice into what he's doing over there. And I think that he figured if he could get Chud's attention. And listen, I mean, I was in one of his streams. He had like 700 people in there. And if you've seen Tommy's streams, he probably maxes out around like 250 typically. But when he goes after Chud, it's at 700. And he's been in the game long enough to know how to add a little juice to the fire. You know what I mean? So I think that, this whole, you guys have been on here way longer than I've only been doing this content creating for about 1.5 years, right? So obviously I'm not going to sit here and act like I've got it all figured out. I mean, you called me out. I wanted to come on. I didn't want to cuck the content. If I do agree with you. If people call you out, they should have the balls to come up and speak to you, whether
and to your credit, even though I fundamentally disagree with you on like almost everything, to your credit, you were willing to call in. Okay. Which I respect.
Yeah, I mean, I just, you're a young kid. The one thing that, being older, the advantages it has is that you've got more life experience, so you kind of, and Tommy's up around my age, which puts me, like, I guess closer to my age. He's still older than me, but gives me an opportunity to kind of see things from his perspective a little better than maybe a 20-year-old would. Would you agree with that?
No, I mean, on like certain situations, sure, but there are a lot of fucking dumb old people out there, and it's like they have the wrong takeaways from certain things, and over time what you would think is wisdom is actually just them like standing by and solidifying like just like a really bad belief system. I don't understand like any experiences Tommy would have had that would justify him snaking me. But also, if this was like a 4D chess thing like you said it is, and I'll agree he's probably doing this partially for views, there is genuine spite there, but he does want the viewership and attention. I'll agree with you. This was not pre-planned, and I know it's not pre-planned because when he was airing out why he didn't like Chud, he referenced specific situations that he got totally wrong, which demonstrates he did no preparation before going forward with his problems with Chud.
I would agree with that. I think that he has no clue what he's just making shit up. He's just throwing shit at the wall and hoping that something he says somewhere can be proven. And I don't buy this whole you'll see in a couple years when Chud, crashes out with Nick or something, I'm gonna be able to say I told you so. That's like you're basically putting all your money on black. You got a 50-50 chance of that happening. So if it never happens, then he could just say, people forget. But if it does happen, he gets to take a victory lap and act like he's some kind of total genius.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So again. Go ahead.
Yeah, Tommy's been around for so long, and he like shits on like everybody he doesn't dislike, or he kind of dislikes, and then inevitably a few people actually are genuinely bad people, and he acts like it's some like big prediction, like he's fucking Nostradamus or something. But it's just he bets so much on someone being bad that he inevitably will get it right sometimes.
Yeah, and I think that that Mama Max thing happening and him being like one of the few critics of him early kind of filled his ego up way too much, which I don't know, kind of gave him the juice to want to go after, I guess, Chud. I think personally, though, I think that he's a little jealous of Chud and Nick's relationship. I'm not like deep in the weeds, but if you've ever had a close friend who starts spending more time with another friend, you might be like, what the fuck? Why is he spending so much time with him? I hate that guy. Because Chud's always been pretty gracious to him.
That's an interesting theory. There's just like this like 40-something-year-old guy crying in his basement that his internet friend is talking to someone else.
I mean, if you think about it, right? Nick came up in Tommy's community, right? And then just flew past him.
True. That is true. That is true. Tommy feels left out. He's crying. Meanwhile, his wife is like, we can't afford to keep the house. Please go to work. And Tommy's just sitting there crying. He's like, I can't. Nick's talking to Chud too much.
What was the one thing he kept bringing up in one of his reactions was the New Year's Eve stream. That had to really piss Tommy off that he wasn't invited to be a part of that. I think that really bothered him.
True. Very true.
And that's why he's overly critical of it, because obviously if you go back and watch it the way that Chud did, you could see that it's obvious that none of the things played out the way that Tommy tried to paint it. And Tommy like refuses to kind of watch that shit because he doesn't want to be proven wrong. So he's like, you know what? If I'm going to go all in on this going after Chud, I have to do it in the most ignorant way ever. And he kind of showed his hand a little bit when he started glazing Queeman for Queeman being kind of like savage with a lot of this way that he interacts with people. So that's what I think kind of gave it away.
He's all over the place. This guy started something that he completely fucked up, and he's too afraid to back down and swallow his pride. So he's gonna keep it going. I mean, it's funny. Like he's had at least some level of respect. He's done he's like gotten things wrong. He's been a fucking moron on certain points historically, but he's had some level of respect for like the last 10 years. And now like even like people you would expect to be on his side are turning on him because he's like totally wrong.
And if you try to go ahead, you can
it's time
finish.
for him to go into retirement. All right. It's time for Unk to pack it up.
I disagree. As somebody who's older, I think that, everybody's got the internet's a pretty cool place because anybody from anywhere can come on and talk. So I don't know if you could kick him off, but at the same time, like, yeah, he's basically kind of destroying his reputation with all this shit going on. But, the lying, which, like, I think Chud pointed this out a lot on his stream, is like, if anybody else got caught in this shit that Tommy has been saying, it would just be like over. But people are just kind of letting Tommy, I wouldn't say they're letting him get away with it. He's getting absolutely destroyed online. But, that would be a nail in the coffin for anybody getting caught in one lie. And Tommy's been caught in like, I think I lost count of how many times Chud has proven that Tommy's lying about something.
Yeah,
so
he's a liar. He's a snake. What else is there to say?
Yeah. Not a whole lot. I mean, you know, again, like I said, you called me out, so I wanted to come on and defend myself a little
no
bit. I
problem.
know you want to. I know you want to get out of here, so I'll let you get on and talk to the other guy. It was nice meeting you, Aiden. And maybe I'll see you around, bro.
You too. Take care. Thanks for calling in.
Yep.
All right, Marcus, I'm finally ready for you if you want to call in. I'm here, Marcus. I'm here. I'm ready. I know I've left you in the dust. I'm here, Marcus. I'm here. No, Pete, Tommy initially believed what he was saying, but when he realized he got it wrong, he lied. He lied to avoid swallowing his pride and ego. So the lies are to protect the original things that he thought was true and blatantly got wrong. So he's lying to avoid making a concession for as long as possible. He threw out a point, realized it was wrong, and then lies that his point was actually something else, pretending like it was that way since the beginning, when it's not. Marcus, what's up, man?
Hi, Aiden.
Hi. How's it going?
Hi, I'm here because of the whole Discord issue situation.
Yeah, I just covered that a little bit. I'm not like angry over it or anything.
No, I'm aware of that. I just want to kind of give it like my side here a little bit because I'm a little annoyed by it because I think QQ is kind of spreading a lot of information that's not true. Hater is not some like 16-year-old that goes around servers saying they're 16 like as if they want to get like fucking messaged by people. Hater is just
QQ
like
didn't
a regular.
tell me that. I don't know where else QQ said. I'm not in the Gamma server. I'll just let me.
Well, this was in reference to like I think Perry said this in your stream. But all Hater does is they're literally just a random chatter who makes like art of people, and then when people ask what their age is, they say their age and they're honest. And I just think it's like really weird that like Perry can have like someone like Spinal BJ, you know, like guy who indulges in like cut sluts. He's like a lolicon enjoyer. That can be in like his server, but like, you know, God forbid I have like Hater in my server who doesn't do anything evil. They're not like a weird evil.
I
freak,
hadn't considered that. You make a very good point. You make a very good. I'll have to talk to Perry about that one. The thing about somebody like Spinal BJ is, I don't keep him around because he's a liability. But also, if we were to assume that Spinal BJ is like an actual threat, who would his target group be?
I don't know.
Well, the claims are that he's a pedophile, right? So if he was a pedophile that was acting on it, who would he target?
It probably like, I don't know. Like,
Kids, right?
Kids, yeah. He'd go after the kids, yeah.
Yeah, so as far as I know, Perry doesn't keep kids in his server, so there's no targets for him within the server. But still, keeping someone like that around is like still a total liability. You're not.
Well, that's what I mean. I just think it's a little like a little hypocritical, I guess, to get to like come on and say like I'm like I'm evil for having like Hater on, but like we're all okay with Spinal being on there. Well, I feel like it's kind of like if we're all collectively on an agreement that every server should be 18 plus, then we should probably keep people who are like weird freaks out of our servers as well.
Well, the argument would be that by the way, I agree with you that Spinal shouldn't be in Perry's server, but the argument would be that Perry having Spinal in his server doesn't really create any additional threats that wouldn't already be present, like because there are no kids that are in his server. So then if Spinal, let's say, was like some like offending pedophile, there would be nobody for him to target, so there's no additional risk created by his presence. In the case of having someone like Hater in your community who's 16, by having them on your Discord community, there is an additional risk, like another member of the server finding them and messaging them in private, them being exposed to inappropriate material, etc., etc.
I mean that is fair, yeah. I guess that's fair. It's just I don't know. I don't allow explicit content on my server. Like I think that's another problem that I have is I'm being told I allow cunny or like lolly shit in my server. I don't. The only thing that people use is this like GIF that's of like a character from an anime called Lucky Star, and
With
they're
the word Connie on
literally-
it, right?
Yeah, with the word Connie on it. And I don't know if I'm just retarded, maybe I'm stupid, but I don't think that's like sexually suggestive or weird content. I don't think the word Connie is like should automatically like alert you
Dude.
to thinking I don't know, maybe I'm stupid, but
Dude, I mean, yeah. Let's just be like totally honest. Maybe you didn't know. Yes, that is like it is sexually suggestive.
the word Connie?
Yes. Yep.
Well, like I know the word Connie is like, you know, I know what it means. I'm just saying like saying the word Connie, what is that like how is that putting a kid in danger in a server?
It's not putting them in danger. It's potentially exposing them to harmful material.
Well, yeah, but they're not like Hater's not like a toddler. They know what Connie is. They're like aware of this stuff.
They
like most like Aiden, most like 17, 16-year-olds, right? They're not like prepubescent babies
I
that
know.
can't like function. They
no,
know what like
I-
sexual stuff is.
Listen, man. Like I know that that's the case because unfortunately, right? People are exposed to all sorts of things nowadays, but that doesn't mean like you should like facilitate it or entertain it.
Like it's not said a lot in my server. It's just like it was brought up as a joke like a month ago.
I'm not saying that it's said a lot.
I'm not like
I'm not saying that it's said
I
a
don't- I
lot,
don't
but there
know.
is but we've established there is adult content posted in your server, right? Whether that's on occasion or regularly, I don't know. That you're saying it's on occasion or rare, right? But we also know that there is a minor present in the server. So why not like mitigate like any potential liability or risk by just like keeping them out till they're 18?
as I don't know, because it's just what reason would I need to do that? I guess I keep the server at like no porn, no like anything of that sort. Like if it comes down to like if the cunny gif is bad, then sure, I'll moderate it better and put a ban on any words like cunny and like the gifs, right? But like I just don't really see why like
Hold on,
putting it
someone's calling
18
you.
plus is really gonna change anything. I guess I don't know. I mean, I've said this already, but like at this point, I'm getting tired of like constantly being called like a general like freak by like QQ.
Yeah, I
in like
retarded,
multiple
bro.
communities
You are
to the
actually
point
fucking
where
retarded. You will get accused of having a grooming community, 100%. You can't do ironic pedophilia and children in the same server. That doesn't work.
Well, like, what do you mean unironic like pedophilia?
Ironic pedophilia. Dude,
Oh,
it's
sorry,
just cunny posting.
Well, like I said, like if that's like the issue, I just get rid of it. Like I don't. If that's like the issue, then sure, I'll get rid of
But
it.
like your entire community not crossing over with like people like Mrao and all this shit? Like why would you risk having a child in a Discord server interacting socially with people day in day out?
Well, they don't. I don't know. Like they don't. Hater literally only she's like in the server.
So another child joins, and they want to interact in there. Do you allow that?
I mean, I guess like if they're 16, 17, I don't
Okay,
really
so-
care.
so
Anything
let's
under
say-
16,
let's say there's
17, I don't really care.
Okay, let's just say there's more and more 16-year-olds keep joining your Discord, and then there's Lumpy Willy and Mrao posting about Cunny as well. Do you think?
Well,
this is a good situation?
I'll probably get rid of the cunny that's being posted. I'll probably like get rid of it.
Mrao is still in there.
Well, what about Rao? He's not like cunny posting in my server.
You have many people like this around that are just like 20, 21, maybe up to like 23, talking to teenagers on Discord probably. Around in this community, you know that's the case, and you're constantly willing to risk having something blow up in your face that could look fucking terrible for you.
Well, I'm at a point where I'm just gonna do 18 plus. I've said I'm
Because
gonna
hate
just
is
fucking
just
do
what?
it.
Hate is just that cool. Hate is just awesome. You just really like Hater that much. She's really mature for her age. Like, what's
It's
the...
not just okay. It's not just Hater, but I'm just saying like
Were there more?
I think there's like one other guy that just recently joined, and I'm at a point where I'm just like, okay, I'll get rid of him. I don't really care.
That's probably a good start. Yeah, you'd be
Like
saving
I don't
yourself.
know.
from
I'm just
any-
It's just like, what is the benefit to having 16 and 17-year-old? There's an insane risk. You can't tell when there's like something bad happening, so you can step in or ban people if you need to. You'll only find out when it's too late. that there's like a massive risk, what is the benefit?
I don't know. It's just I like my Discord server because it's like community.
Okay,
If
well,
that- if-
what is the benefit to the community, including 16 and 17-year-olds?
I don't know. I guess you win. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just to fucking joke around in the server, have fun. But I guess if like this is genuinely like a serious risk that people think is a serious risk, then sure, I'll.
Well, it's just like it's not
fucking
even like
ban 'em.
no one gives a fuck. I don't give a fuck if some 20-year-old fucks a 17-year-old from your Discord server, but it could be a worse age gap than that. There could be worse things happen than that. It could blow up in your face. It could be even that age gap. To be honest, some people are gonna probably harangue you about. And if that happens multiple times in your server, if there are multiple times where someone's fucking someone that's 16 or 17 or sexting or whatever the fuck, and that comes out, you're gonna look like you've got a grooming server. You already kind of look like you've got a grooming server when you say, yeah, I'm a commentary YouTuber who allows 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds in. That already is a like, what the fuck is going on over there?
It's opening
But,
yourself to like totally unnecessary liability that doesn't need to be there at all. And like I guess the question would be why? Why then like open yourself to
Wait, did it pick? I didn't pick me up. Well then, I mean, then okay.
Wait,
I guess if it,
well, so fuck.
either I think it's kind of just either I have to completely stop making like, jokes that are a little outrageous, and I think maybe then it maybe is fine, but I don't know. I do make jokes that are outrageous.
But
I'll
why are you
probably just-
considering changing your humor to accommodate?
I'm not considering changing my
16-year-old
humor. I don't want to change it. I don't want to change it. I'm saying like I agree with you. I'm just gonna get rid of them. Like I don't want to change my humor. I don't. I like the humor. We all indulge. We love the weird like stupid humor. If the whole entire argument here is just like you're gonna set yourself up in a bad way, please don't do that to yourself. Then yeah, I'm not gonna fucking fight that.
Yeah, how old is Jewel?
I think that person is 15. They like self-admitted they're 15. I have to get them out of the
so
server.
you do keep younger than 16
yeah.
in your server. Just
Okay,
be
so-
clear.
Well, I gotta get them out. I have to get them out. I said earlier
Why
today
was
I
it
have to
just
fucking kick them
instant?
out.
Why did you not just instantly unban them? Why did you not just right-click the name and fucking?
Well, because I
ban
just learned now that I just learned like today they're 15. I
No,
didn't
you
know they were
know
15
that no, they
before.
literally on the 17th they told you they were a minor, and in their bio their age was there.
What do you mean on the 17th?
On at 7:37 p.m. On June 17th, 2025, you said I'm in the shower, and they replied with minor in chat.
Well, yeah. I just assumed they were like hater.
Do they have
I'm
that
sorry. Yeah.
age in their bio though?
Oh, I didn't check it. I'm sorry. I
Right. Okay. So you just like totally stumbled through this. I had no idea this was like a kid, and then told us that you only found out today.
They said it in my stream today. Like I'm 15, and I looked at it and I was like, I'm gonna have to get rid of you then.
But when they told you they were a
You went
minor,
and looked at it and didn't just ban them then. Why not?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry.
when they told you they were a minor, why didn't you just like clarify how old they were?
I don't know. Fuck. I don't know. I should have
So
clarified.
it seems
You're
like
right.
you
Yeah.
won't actually get rid of them. It seems like you were just fine with having a 15-year-old on the server. That's what it seems like.
I mean, I don't know. I guess. Yeah. I guess. It wasn't an issue to me because I didn't think what was going on in my server was like genuinely like evil or
Okay,
bad.
so were you lying when you said you just found out today? You actually did probably know.
Well, no, I'm not lying about that. I didn't know they were 15, but I'm saying like if I were to discover they were 15 previously, I'm not gonna like fucking. I wasn't like gonna like shit my pants and be like, oh, I'm gonna get rid of them. But after this like whole thing that got brought up today with the whole like QQ stuff and like sorry, I don't know why I forgot your name, Aiden.
Yeah.
When Aiden brought it up, I was just like, okay, at this point, like I'm just I'm getting rid of people because it's becoming a reoccurring problem that people keep saying like there's minors in your server you need to get rid of these minors out of your server. So I was just like, okay, fine.
So But do you like minus the pressure you're receiving? Like, you see why that would be a problem, right? On its own.
What do you mean, like, if there was no pressure?
Like what?
the-
Yeah, what the like?
No,
what-
I see the I do. I'm sorry. Like I see when you bring up the fact that it's like it can cause like people to bring up like, oh, you're like not harboring, but like how do I put this? Like creating a like bad environment when you're making like cunny jokes and stuff in there. Like I get what you're saying.
But
I
also-
understand what you're saying.
But also, let's just say like I'm a grown man or whatever in your server, and I see Jewel now typing in chat that they're a minor on the 17th. Then I go see in their bio, they're 15, they're a guy, and then I go and DM them and start having inappropriate conversations. Totally oblivious to you. Like, do you see how it's creating like a liability? They're advertising themselves as minors.
Be interacting in your server as well.
Yeah.
While this shit's going on, if it ever comes out, it's they got groomed in your server because you allow minors.
I'm sorry. Repeat that. I didn't hear that.
They're gonna say they got groomed in your server because you allow minors, and there's gonna be a bunch of logs where they're interacting in your server. It's gonna look fucking terrible. I mean, more than just that. I mean, you kind of did have a hand in it, realistically, because you just like why provide this point of contact or like fishing ground for an obvious like group of people that you can't vet every single person.
Yeah, I don't know.
Parry wants to come in. I know you were talking about him, so I feel like it's fair to let him in.
Okay.
Parry?
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry, I just Marcus, why are you comparing like Spinal to Zatal? You realize there's like a difference between having like an adult and a child in a server, right?
I mean, Perry, I have an issue with the fact that you like going on to like Aiden's stream saying like Hater is like some minor that goes around telling people she's like a minor, like as if she's like asking to be like, she doesn't. When she's
What do you mean
asked about her
asking?
age,
Well, she does say
says
that she's a minor.
16.
It's brought up every time. Every time I've seen him in chat, it's like, you're 16. You're 16, right? 17. I thought they were 17. I guess they're 16. So I mean, yeah, they do kind of make it a part of their personality. Yes. Oh, I guess I'm just like making it up. I'm making it up. Okay. So whenever they're in chat, someone says, "Aren't they 17? Aren't they 16?" That's how I knew. What? That they're underage?
Harry, her age is not a speculation. She doesn't go around saying she's like 16 to people.
I never said it was.
What you're saying that she goes around telling people she's like 16. That's not what she does. Like when
Well, she makes the part for her character. She makes it very clear.
Yeah,
the point is that she makes it like well known.
I knew how old she was.
And that makes it even worse that it's like well known and you're still allowing this person. If it's like a rare piece of lore that like one person knew, that's one thing. But she's like well known. Now again, what does this have to do with like the comparison with Spinal that you made? I don't get that at all.
I'm saying like if we're setting this like kind of precedent, we shouldn't have like any minors in server. It should be 18 plus. Then why are we keeping like people like Spinal BJ in these servers who are like?
Well, because he's
wait, Parry, you gotta let him finish.
Yeah.
Let him
Oh,
finish.
sorry. I thought you.
I don't like if like why should we like for example like if I find out like somebody in my server like CPCA was in my server like a couple days ago and he started like Spurg posting about like Aiden or it was like weird fucking post about like Aiden and shit. He was going on like rambles in my stream, and I just eventually was like, okay, this guy's like this is like a weirdo.
Well,
and I'm gonna get rid.
I
of
have an
him.
answer to that,
Okay,
Marcus. Actually,
but CPCA, as far as we know, is actually over 18, right?
No, that's
as we know.
no. To be
Well, that we don't know. We don't know.
It's unclear. But to be fair, there's a difference between something being unclear and someone actively going up to the way and saying they're underage.
I'm pretty
Regardless,
sure
I do want
CPCA
to
is
respond,
over 18.
Marcus.
I don't buy
he's
this
told
crowd
he's
shit.
sorry. He's told everyone he's over 18. I only banned him because he lied about every other aspect of his personal life. So unless I saw like some
he's
idea.
Somalian. He's Somalian.
Yeah, well,
I don't want to respond, Marcus. So it's what you said, right?
Parry, you need to shut the fuck up sometimes. Unless I saw some sort of idea, I wasn't even gonna risk it. If he's lied about everything else, I've just assumed he's lying about his age.
Okay, well, either way, CPCA has not said he's underage or anything like that, and he's just like some fucking retarded troll. Like the idea that it's a problem to have in your server, or even Spinal. Like Spinal, what has he really done? He fucking retweets Lolly on Twitter and cut slots. Like, who gives a fuck? There's a million people like that online.
There's a difference between that and like underage people, right? Where you could argue is a risk.
People are
versus
underage.
just
I don't
losers.
think it's a smart idea to keep a guy like that in your server either way. I don't think you should have people like that.
Certain types of interactions that people can have with that person that would be totally fine for anyone else to have, But when they have them with that person, they're illegal interactions. Like, that's a whole different thing, obviously. Spinal can engage with any topic and be totally above board legally. You can't with minors.
That's true.
Well, I mean, yeah. I'm just saying, like, if we're setting this precedent though, with like,
We're saying what precedent? The precedent of don't allow kids in your server. What precedent is being
then we
set
should
with
probably
this?
keep these. I'm saying, like, then we should probably keep people who we think like for example, he's into like fucking lolicon shit. He streams like lolicon shit all the time. He's like into cuts like guy's like a degenerate.
Stream lolicon shit. That's not true.
The potential, but the liabilities, even if that was true, like the potential liability of entertaining his presence in a server isn't the same as the liability of entertaining a minor's presence.
Oh no,
in a server.
I know, but I feel like we should just keep bad individuals.
Who is at risk in the server? Who is at risk in no? What are you talking about? Who is at risk in the server because of Spinal?
Probably nobody, I guess. If there's nobody in there.
Who is at risk in a server if a minor is there?
The minor.
Yeah, well, I mean, and to be honest, adults too. because
Yeah, I
they
already
could
made this point.
Either unknowingly break the law or whatever.
Skinwalk.
You didn't make it well enough, Aiden.
Yeah, and you made the point terribly, probably. I didn't hear it, but you made
Said
point
it the exact
terribly.
same way. Okay.
Either way. There's someone at risk. There's someone at risk with Spinal. You're just saying, oh well, you think one thing is bad, so everything's bad. It's like no, that's not how that works at all.
Yeah, it's.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I was grabbing water. What?
Okay, no one is at risk from Spinal being in the server. Someone is at risk when a minor is in the server.
Yeah.
These aren't the same thing.
Okay. Yeah.
So why are you saying?
Why are you
we have to
comparing
ban
them?
both of them? Yeah. Why are you saying for ban
I'm
both
just
of them?
I don't know. I think personally, I just think we should probably like try to keep like genuine degens out of servers as well as.
To be clear, I don't have Spinal in my server. To just be clear, I don't have Spinal in my server because he was doing some weird.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like we should just
BDSM
kick people
roleplay
like
in
that out.
public. No, it's because he was doing BDSM roleplay in the general chat. So that's why I banned him. But I wouldn't ban someone just for being weird. I don't know why you would ban someone just for being weird.
The majority of commentary is weird.
I mean, I think Spinal is not just weird. Like you banned him for like a valid.
You think he's a threat?
I think he's right.
That's
what
you're
you saying.
it comes off as you think
criteria
he's
is Spinal fulfilling? That means we would have to ban him if we were also banning minors.
Well, I think if he's doing like weird shit in other people's server, I think it's just like it's kind of like with the whole like.
Okay, so you're saying weird again. You said it's not just that he's weird, but you just said weird again. So without saying weird,
he's doing.
Give me the reason.
If he's doing like role play in your server, if he's doing like weird, not weird. Sorry, if he's doing like BDSM, what is it again? BDSM role play in your server. I think it's kind of like the 18, making our servers 18 plus. It's a safe bet just to keep this guy out of our servers.
But
If he's getting banned out of multiple
nobody's
servers.
at risk,
Wait, what is the problem with doing that? What is the inherent problem with doing BDSM roleplay in the Discord server?
I guess I don't know.
Okay. Do you think there's an inherent problem with having a minor in an adult space Discord server?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
How?
So why does this necessitate banning one?
Maybe. Or...
Yeah. So why do you keep saying that we have to ban both? You can see there's obvious points that make these totally disanalogous.
I just think you shouldn't have. I don't know.
Weird
I just think you shouldn't have like these degenerate people in servers. I don't know.
What are you saying when you say degenerate? What does that mean?
Like he's into like cut sluts and he like what is it?
Okay, why is it bad to be into cut sluts? Why is it bad to have someone who's into cut sluts in your server?
I don't know. Nothing, I guess. No. I can't really think of anything on the top of my head that makes it wrong unless he's like engaging in it with people in the server who don't want to like engage with it with him. But as long as he's not doing that in the server, I guess like you said, you're kind of right there. Like it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Yeah, so the two things are like totally unrelated, and one is just like the problem is like the scenario you're talking about might be like a personal preference based on like the kind of vibe you want to have in your server. The
community
case,
you want.
Yeah, the case of allowing minors would be just like opening yourself to legal liabilities and potential harm versus not.
Okay.
Yeah. Are there any other minors in your server besides these two?
From my knowledge, that's the only two I know. I only know about Jewel and Hater. I think there's one dude named BXKS or something. I never let him in my server to begin with, but
I think that guy's a minor.
I don't think he's above the
BXKS
age
is
of
a
18.
minor?
No, that guy's not a minor.
Yeah,
That
he's
guy's
not
a
a
random
minor. I think I've had him call on. He sounds like an adult.
Oh, he's not a minor?
I think he's like in his 30s or something, isn't he?
I assumed I thought he was, because the way he talked in my like chat seemed very like he was like 13 or something, and I was like, I'm not gonna like let this guy on. He was like talking like, I don't know what Discord is, like in my server, and I was like, I don't think this. Oh, okay.
So when Jewel
But-
first said he was a minor and you're like general, like you didn't think much of it?
No, not really. I guess, thinking about it in hindsight, I probably should have looked into it a little bit more than just being like, oh, I don't really care. Like, I'll admit, yeah, I probably should have looked into it a lot more.
Got it. Well, hey, I mean, lessons learned. Are you public about your age, by the way?
I'm 22.
22. Got it. Wait, hold on. Another one has hit the towers. Wait.
Oh, is there another one?
There's another one. Wait, how many minors are in the server, bro?
I don't know. I only know about Hater. Hater was the only one I knew about at the.
Well, and you facilitated it, and you see how maybe you having this atmosphere where, they're 16, but who cares? Encourages people to not
These
only
other
be
people aren't,
minors
like,
in your
open
server
about it. These
but
other
like
people
be
aren't,
open
like,
about
open
it.
about
The two we've brought up are open about it in your chat, and then Hater, everybody knows Hater's 16 because Hater talks about it in everyone's chat.
Well, no, I know about Hater. I'm saying Hater's like the only one that we as a community, we obviously know like Hater is like a minor.
Well, we know these.
Jewel, I learned about.
He explicitly.
Jewel.
He told you he was a minor on the 17th.
Well, no, yeah, I knew Jewel was when he said like the minor in chat thing. I didn't think much of that. I'm saying like, is there somebody else? Like, who's the other
Hazel,
person?
a bug.
Oh, Hazelbug. See, I didn't know that. I've never asked Hazelbug their like age or anything. I don't know.
She's announcing her age in what I believe to be your chat.
Are they?
Yep. So we're not gonna find a fourth, right?
I hope. I hope not. I don't think so. No.
Got it.
Well, Marcus, do you realize that like by having people like Hater around who are like openly 16, you're kind of encouraging minors to be like, oh, okay, so it's alright if I'm like underage and in this server, right? That's like kind of what's happening, is that they're like saying that and going, oh, I must be okay. Do you realize that, Marcus?
I don't know if that's as strong of an argument.
I don't really.
I'm just curious if. All right, well, if you disagree, you disagree. But I just think that it's like you're enabling those kind of people to be okay with doing your server.
I mean, I'm not like
feel good about
I'm not like
identifying that way.
actively saying like I've never like went in and said like, hey, minors, like join my server. Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
Well, you don't have to. It's just the idea that like everywhere else, right? People usually go, oh no, it needs to be over 18. But in your server, you have somebody like Hater who's saying, yeah, I'm underage. I'm underage. He has like a meme in the community, and then it's like other people who are underage are going to feel more comfortable joining your server and being public about the fact that they're underage. And even if there are underage people in your server, the fact that they're more public about it can be in its own way an issue, because it enables bad actors to engage.
You're just saying like having minors in the server, like multiple, creates this environment where they think it's okay for more to be in it.
It's obviously a policy in your server that minors are allowed. That's just obviously the case.
Because they're saying it in chat openly. And I even made a joke. I even brought up to you. I was being joking with this comment, but I'm like, you have a 16-year-old as like mod of your YouTube chat. I don't think that's as big of a deal, because YouTube chat, you can't DM people through that, and you can monitor all interactions. But Discord's a whole nother story. You have people advertising their minors in your chat, and if, let's say, there is a pedophile in your server, they now have a catalog they can fucking go through of people to DM.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm gonna be honest. Like I am conceding. Like you guys are right. Like I should obviously moderate it better, change it 18+.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna like fight it. Like it's not like something I want to fight. I'm not gonna act like this
Since you got rid of Spinal from your server, Marcus, would you get rid of Mrao? Would you get rid of Mrao? I mean, he's kind of like a weird freak, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I can get rid of him for you if you want.
No, it's not. Yeah, I guess you have to definitively say you will because he's a weird freak and he's engaging in weird behavior.
All right, is there anything else?
I don't know. I just wanted to get on call to talk to you. I like unironically, I don't really care if I like lost. I liked being able to talk to you about it. I think you guys
I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to like win.
No.
here.
I know. I wanted to do this call because I feel like people are gonna think like, oh, Marcus, why'd you do this fucking call? You look dumb. Like, I get that. Like, I want to fucking learn. I don't know. I want to learn to be like better, especially with my server and whatnot. And if it means like I have to like, we should make this 18 plus. You need to moderate this a little bit better. Then I mean, I should. Like, that's, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks guys for coming on. Take care.
Wow. All right, catch you later.
See ya. I only kicked Parry out because he was gonna go on a whole. I love Parry, but he was just gonna go on a whole nother like Adderall fueled dialogue, that led to nothing. I am like planning on wrapping it up right now. But let me just. Parry was able to cook. It was gonna be. He can talk to Marcus on his stream. You have no proof that Parry is on Adderall. So true. All right. Cat's flocking with the 5. We should retroactively condemn all members of RFC for allowing Aiden in this community, who was a minor at the time. Yeah, I think that was a bad decision. Yeah, that was a bad decision. Sirion with the 5. Bro gonna create a private server to traffic a kid harem. Cat's flocking with the 2. I'm 12 and an Aiden server. So true. Godspeed with the 5. Would have been 10 if you let Parry cook. SMH. I'm sorry, man. Lumpy Willie, what's up, man?
Hey, bud.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, sorry, you cut out there for a sec. What were you saying?
Oh, sorry. So you know the screenshots that I sent you where Marcus is like trying to upscale like Hater's age by saying, "Oh, she's almost 17." You know that first message you brought up in the beginning of your stream where she was clarifying that she was 16? That was in response to Marcus saying that she was 17 or that she was close to turning 17.
So she was responding to Marcus.
Yeah.
Got it.
And well, here's the thing though, is I don't even know if he was trying to learn because from the beginning, Gamma's been telling him to like change his shit because it's gonna eventually backfire. That's why in those messages where he's like saying, "Oh, well, she's almost 17." That was an argument between him and Gamma because Gamma was telling him he's being dumb and that this is gonna blow up in his face. So I don't think he wanted to learn. I think he just wanted to keep it going, and then once he got public backlash, then he like backtracked. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah,
Very
that's fair enough. He was kind of doing damage control there. I don't think he's like a. Just to clarify, I don't think Marcus is some sort of creep. For anyone insinuating that, I just think he's like really dumb here.
That's not what you told me in private, but
oh, don't leak that, man. Don't leak that. James, what's up?
Hey, man. I just wanted to say, as an official moderator of the Aiden Project's channel, we just gotta kill that guy.
Okay, I disavow that completely. That person will be removed from my mod team. That's an insane thing to say. Is Parry live? Okay, now he's making me feel bad. I'll raid into him if he's live. I only kicked Parry off because I was ending the convo anyway. I let him stay for, Look, Parry, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm tired and I was looking to end it anyway. He's not even live? I was gonna raid into him to pay it forward. Fuck. Alright. Well, thank you guys so much. A good stream. It was a long one. I'm sorry Parry sells, but I'll make sure I'll bring... I was just too tired for a whole new tangent. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for the crazy amount of support recently. If you're new here, make sure to sub if you like what you see. If you're old here, make sure to like on your way out. And yeah, dude, the support recently has been crazy. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. And Let's go right into morale because he's looking like he needs it. All right. Send morale my regards.